Welcome to Car Shield Field. Will Connerly alongside Shane Holsey, Charlie Bornoff, and we're ready for some baseball. The Eagles and the Falcons, a doubleheader tonight here at Car Shield Field, day 3 of the Car Shield Collegiate League. And the home team Falcons in the field will go around the horn. Piper in left, Jones in center, Eads in right, Randazzo at third, Jacobson at short, Leeper at second, and Arnson at first. The battery today will be Kostychak and Stalkup. The lineup that Kostychak will face, the tall, hard-throwing right-hander, is leading off Jalen Jones in center field. Hitting second is Damian Henderson, the designated hitter. Peyton Leeper will follow at second base. Noah Jacobson, the shortstop. Then John Stalkup, the catcher. Randazzo, the third baseman. Piper, the left fielder. Arnson at first, Eads in right. And Shane, welcome to the broadcast.
Happy to be here. Day 3 of the Car Shield Collegiate League. Going right along. 4 games already under our belt. The Falcons with a big-time powerhouse offensive performance yesterday. 14 runs, a couple of standouts. Austin Schmidt with a couple of home runs, 6 driven in, a grand slam. This Falcons offense was firing on all cylinders yesterday, and they turned to Ben Peterson here this afternoon.
Yeah, so we gave you the defensive alignment for the Eagles and the lineup, but I couldn't not mention who's all in the field for the Falcons right now. The pitcher on the mound is Peterson. His battery partner is Staus. The pitcher, Ben Peterson, a very talented pitcher for Josh Kiesel's squad, and he toes the rubber for the Falcons. Catching with him is Staus. At third is Swords. Short is Fay. Second is Vierling. At first is Schmidt as Peterson misfires on the first pitch. Parrish in left, Beal Smith in center, and Hoff in right field. Misfires on the second one. 2 balls and no strikes to number 8 playing center field, Jalen Jones. So Peterson working with Staus. And we mentioned the pitching matchup tonight, something to watch out for. You have Peterson on the mound, the Missouri Tiger, and on the other side, the former Arkansas Razorback, Jacob Kostychak. So, Shane, that's something to watch tonight. 2 members who have pitched innings in the SEC Conference. Fired in for strike 1, getting it over with the fastball. Kicking and deliver. The 3-1 pitch missed upstairs, so leading things off for the Eagles is getting on base Jalen Jones via the free pass. So the center fielder draws a bases on balls, and that brings up Damian Henderson, the designated hitter, who swings it from the left side, and that will move Peterson into the stretch now. Peterson comes set, and that will nick Henderson. Henderson will reach via the hit by pitch, so now runners on first and second with nobody out, and Leeper comes to the dish.
Bit of a shaky start here for Peterson. First couple hitters, a walk and a hit by pitch, just trying to get the nerves under control. He's probably a little amped up, first time pitching, at least in a live game for about 3.5 months. So trying to get that adrenaline under control here in the first inning.
Peterson comes set. Back with you here on Car Show Collegiate League TV. Had a little video complications, but the score 1-0 now as the Eagles scored here in their first at bat. The top of the first inning, so you haven't missed much, but Ben Peterson had a shaky start. Bases on balls and a hit by pitch. And then Leeper drove in a run. Now Jacobson swinging it. Swung on and missed from the shortstop, so Peterson gets the strike. A ball and a strike, 1 out, 1 aboard, but 1 run across as well for the Eagles. Peterson comes set and delivers the pitch. Swung through, and that will be strike 3. Staus will throw it down to first, and Schmidt scoops it out of the turf for out number 2. So 2 away, 1 on, 1 run has crossed. That was Jalen Jones who walked and then eventually came around to score. A walk and a hit by pitch to start off this inning, put Peterson under pressure. And manufacturing those runs for the Eagles. Coming set and delivering. Pitch missed upstairs. So 1 run comes across in the top of the first inning for the Eagles. Sorry for those technical difficulties we had here in the top of the first inning. We believe we've got them figured out. Drop in the comments if you have any concerns about the broadcast, but we'll set it to the bottom frame of the first inning. But first, we'd like to thank our sponsor, Code Ninjas O'Fallon. They're located on the Deerberg Shopping Center at Deer Creek Crossing at 2955 Highway K in O'Fallon. At the intersection of Highway K and N, kids ages 7 to 14 will learn how to code by building small video games with the help of our Sensei instructors. Their Sensei instructors are great. They will start at white belt to go all the way to black belt. Come in today for a free 30-minute session to try it out. Kids have fun, parents see results. Call 636-851-9634. That's 636-851-9634. So Shane, a little difficulties in that first inning, but Peterson works out of some trouble after letting a couple guys get on via the bases on balls and hit by pitch. He eventually works out of it, just 1 run across. Not a great first inning, but you see he gets to eventually work out of it and now maybe getting comfortable, maybe could get into a rhythm. But we talk about pitchers, and the guy on the mound, a very, very good pitcher right now. We're excited to see what he can do for Forrest Herman's squad.
Yeah, Jake Kostychak out of the University of Arkansas, 8th-round draft pick by the Colorado Rockies, currently in their minor league system. Very talented right-handed pitcher, hard thrower in the mid-90s with a nasty breaking ball. A couple of very good pitchers, former D1 players. One former D1 player and a current D1 player in the SEC at the pitching matchup here today. Peterson, in that first inning, really when you're struggling like that in the first inning, it's all about limiting the damage, keeping things under control, not letting the inning get away from you, and letting them put up a crooked number, and he held them to 1 run. And hopefully he can settle into this ball game Probably not going to go very deep. Most of these pitchers only going 2 or 3 innings, but hopefully he can settle in and pitch a couple more good innings here tonight.
So we're here in the bottom of the first inning. The Eagles plated 1 run, and they lead 1-0. We'll see what happens for the Falcons and their offense. If any story tells from yesterday, that offense was incredible. It was just a straight juggernaut approach at the offensive dish for Josh Kiesel's squad. I mean, guy after guy hit bomb after bomb. Austin Schmidt had a day, Mark Vierling had a day, and the whole team did, Shane. It was just a slugfest in that 7-inning affair. 14 runs scored for Kiesel's squad. But today, a tall task against Kostichak.
You couldn't really, how do you pick you can't really pick a most valuable player. You had Schmidt with 6 RBIs, yeah. Vierling with 5 hits, a perfect 5 for 5 day. Just keep the line moving, why don't you?
So now Kostichak will be working with John Stalkup, the battery for the Eagles. We'll go around the horn. Randazzo at third, Jacobson at short, Leaper at second. Arnson at first, Piper, Jones, and Eads patrolling the outfield. And the first pitch from Kostichak misfires inside. Kostichak working with Stalkup, both St. Louis products. Stalkup from Webster Groves High School. Swinging it from the right side, Troy Bealsmith leading things off for the Falcons, who won yesterday in great fashion with a offensive powerhouse. That ball's hit to left field. And it's gonna, what a catch there in left by Piper, diving on the turf for a dramatic out number 1. So a couple pitches and 1 away now. There's a great catch in left field. And now coming up is Ben Swords. Ben Swords, the third baseman for the Falcons. Kostichak comes set. Delivers the pitch, missed upstairs. Ben Swords, Freeport High School graduate. Webster University is where he spends his time playing. As that pitch runs inside and catches the corner for strike 1. 1 ball and 1 strike, 1 away as well. The hitter on deck is Mark Vierling. He had a nice day yesterday, going 5 for 5.
Ben Swords, a nice day yesterday. Got on base 5 times with a couple of hits.
That pitch misses low. 2 balls and a strike. You mentioned nice day. It was a nice day for the whole Falcons team. Great to get back out the first time they showcased their talents. And here on this Friday night, we're looking to see it again. Kostichak delivers the pitch, and it's chopped away foul. Out of play by the dugout of the Eagles. So here in the bottom of the first inning, the Eagles plated a run in the top of the first, and now the Falcons will see what they can do in their first at-bat against the talented Kostichak. Shane, you mentioned an MLB draft pick. Ring him up. A little high, but throw it around. The zone up and in on the fastball, and Swords took it and gets rung up for strikeout number 1 on the day for Kostichak, out number 2. As that will now bring up Mark Vierling. That pitch a little up and in, but
a little too close to take with 2 strikes.
Well, in this league, a lot of the guys, you think about what the strike zone may be like and how they may play it, and maybe could be a little bigger.
And also trying to keep this game moving along, too. You don't want to fall into a lull and have a tight zone where the pitchers are walking hitters left and right. For this league, you'd probably rather have a bigger zone than a tighter one. As long for a hitter and a pitcher, as long as you're consistent, you can have a big zone or a small zone. But as long as you know what you're getting, that's all you can really ask for.
Yeah, but we want those big zones as former pitchers. But definitely, and I think even as a hitter, it gets you in that mode to swing and hit. And that's what the people are out here to do. They have the lumber, and they're ready to go. In this wood bat league, people haven't sat around not being able to play to come out and have walks. People want to see the hits, and If the zone's a little bigger, I think that is necessary because of the fact that the pitchers, maybe their command isn't going to be as sharp. We don't know, but it's just a factor that can play into this. As that ball's hit to the left side, coming up on it is Randazzo, throws it across the diamond to Arnson, and a clean 1-2-3 for Kostychuk. After one, the Eagles are on top, 1-0. We send it to the second inning next on CarShield Collegiate League TV. A reminder to you, this inning is brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. If your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, call Interco Recycling at 1-877-258-3601 or on the web at www.itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Mellotronics recycler since 1996, says it's called for strike one, as Peterson taking the rubber out for his second inning of work. Walked Jalen Jones and had a hit by pitch to start off the game, but then battled back, getting 3 straight outs. Did surrender a run. Jalen Jones walked and came around to score. He scored on Peyton Leaper's ground out to first base, but then ended the inning with a couple of strikeouts on Noah Jacobson and John Stalkup, and now ahead 0-2 here. Tried to climb the ladder with the fastball, but missed upstairs.
Peterson working very quickly, not wasting any time getting that ball and throwing it right away. That can help you get back in that rhythm, too.
And it helps the defense out as well, as the 1-2 pitch is popped up to the right side, and under it to catch it is Vierling for out number 1.
After those first two, the walk and the hit by pitch, that's 4 straight retired by Peterson,
including a couple of strikeouts swinging. So we'll see what Kenny Piper does, the left fielder. Where's number 6? It's a good primetime pitching matchup you're tuned into now. If you're just joining us, the Eagles scored a run in the top of the first inning. And then a 1-2-3 bottom of the frame for Kostychuk now here in the top of the second inning. Peterson works. The Missouri Tiger pitcher gets a center cut. Swung through fastball. Kenny Piper, the hitter, misfires on that one to make the count a ball and a strike. 1 out as well. Peterson delivers. Swung through again. That time it was the breaker. So a ball and 2 strikes. Peterson swung through and missed. 3rd strikeout of the day for Peterson. Working nicely as he climbs the ladder with the fastball. Three strikeouts, all of them swinging. We'll see what Ole Arnson can do. Justin Eads is the hitter on deck, but 2 away. Strike on the corner. Arnson swinging it from the right side, playing first base today. Peterson delivers again, and a great breaking pitch in the low and away to get Arnson to swing through it. Now ahead again, working very efficiently here in the top frame of the second inning. The ball's fouled away, protecting on that fastball, rifling it out of play to the foul to the right side. So no balls and 2 strikes, 2 away, and the pitch is missed low. Tried to get Arnson on the changeup. Peterson will touch the rosin bag and go back to work on the 1-2 pitch. Hit right back up, out of the reach of Peterson, but Vierling comes up, makes a nice play, throws it over to Schmidt. And a 1-2-3 top of the second inning. We send it to the bottom half. 1-0 Eagles. You're watching CarShield Collegiate League TV. Wade Stouse, Austin Schmidt, and Alex Soff, the hitters due up for the Falcons, who trail by a run as we're here in the bottom of the second inning. Kostychak back out for another inning of work. Went 1-2-3 in the first inning. As the left-handed hitting catcher Wade Stouse will come in. Plays at Southeast Missouri State for the Red Hawks, a Division I player. Went to Lafayette High School. Takes in for strike one.
His brother Ty will be joining him this fall as well. Both catchers. Both left-handed hitters as well.
Kostychak gets ahead. 0-2 is the count. The 2019 MLB draft pick in the 8th round. We'll see what he can bring to the CarShield field tonight here for the fans in St. Charles County. Was a premier talent in high school. We played on very successful teams in the area. And as an Arizona Razorback, was successful as well in his junior season, ultimately getting drafted. 28 innings pitched, 2.89 ERA. And then did get drafted. On the 0-2 pitch, it was outside. Now a ball and 2 strikes to the catcher, Wade Stouse. The hitter on deck is Austin Schmidt. If you don't know, he had a day yesterday with a couple of home runs, one of them being a grand slam.
Home runs on back-to-back pitches. In a span of 2 at-bats, he had 6 RBIs on 2 straight pitches. 1 a 2-run homer, 1 a grand slam into the right center field bullpen.
Breaking ball missed away. Now that evens the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Fireworks tonight. O'Fallon Hoots play after this one in the second half of the doubleheader.
Don't forget Charles Glenn either.
Charles Glenn could be the biggest draw for these fans. And tell the fans a little bit about Charles Glenn, Shannon. He a big part for the St. Louis Blues a long time.
Yeah, the national anthem singer for 20 years, since the 90s, I believe. Right around 20 years as the permanent national anthem singer for the Blues. And his last season was that Stanley Cup championship run, so a special last season for him. And he returns to the St. Louis, sporting event in the St. Louis area to sing the national anthem before Game 2 tonight.
The 1-3 as the Staus grounds out to Kostychak, and he throws it over to Arnson at first. So 4 batters retired to start off the game for Kostychak, but now someone who wasn't retired too much yesterday, Austin Schmidt. A couple of home runs. And the interesting part about the bombs is they were to both fields. He showcased power to left field and to right field. Can take it anywhere. Nice curveball to get ahead for strike number 1.
Kostychak, nasty breaking ball. He had that in high school as well. One of the reasons he was a top recruit. Hard fastball and a powerful breaking ball. There it is again.
A tight slider that's in the upper 70s, and it's tough to compete with when you can uncork a fastball above 90 miles per hour as well.
You can't sit on that breaking ball. You got to sit on fastball and make him come to you. But when he can drop 2 straight sliders in there like that, there's not a whole lot you can do.
And that ball's hit up the middle. Jacobson fields it cleanly and throws it across the diamond to Arnson. So 2 away, and now bring up the right fielder, Alex Hoff.
I mean, after all, the best way to hit the breaking ball is to hit the fastball instead.
Yeah, getting ahead on that at bat with 2 breaking balls. A hitter isn't looking for a breaking ball, no balls and no strikes. And the ability to command that breaking ball, that tight, sharp slider, it's a tough thing to do as a hitter. As he starts off, Alex Hoff with the slider as well, the tight, sharp break on it, and he tunnels it very well with his fastball, and it's not something, again, that a hitter's looking for early in the count, but maybe that changes as they flip the lineup card over. The fastball runs in on the hands, and Randazzo fields it at third, throws it across the diamond to Arnson at first. 6 up, 6 down to start off Kostychak's night. We're through 2. Send it to Shane Holsey next on CarShield Collegiate League TV. Eagles 1, Falcons nothing.
A reminder, this inning is brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, and computers and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. If your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, call Interco Recycling at 1-877-258-3601 or on the web at itcscrap.com, 1-877-258-3601 or itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Metaltronics recycler since 1996. The new pitcher for the Falcons is number 8, Sam Grace out of Middlebury College, a Chesterfield, Missouri native. He'll face Justin Eads to lead things off here in the top of the third. Shane Holsey, I'll take you through the third, fourth, and fifth innings, and Will Connerly will have the sixth and seventh for you. Strike one to Justin Eads, 0-1 to the outfielder from Quincy University as he grounds one over to third. And on to take that one is Swords for the first out. 2 pitches and a ground out for Sam Grace, the 6'3" right-hander out of Chesterfield, Missouri, 6'3", 185 pounds, out of Middlebury College. One appearance for Mr. Grace at Middlebury before the shutdown this season, back on March 8th. Back to the top of the order, and Jalen Jones. He reached on a base on balls and later scored the lone run of the ball game so far on an RBI ground out by Peyton Leeper. As he chops one out to second, Veerling on a couple of hops over to first. And a couple of ground outs to get the third inning started here for Sam Grace.
Nice job inducing 2 ground balls to start things off for Mr. Grace on the mound this evening. It'll be a game where they probably deploy a lot of pitchers out of the bullpen as the starter just went 2 innings, but obviously by design.
And that's chopped to the right side, but foul. Off the bat of Damian Henderson.
And looked like potentially off the foot of him as well as he came out of the box and tried to shake that one off. And it doesn't feel good when you foul one of those off your body part. The lower body part is the foot or the ankle. Foul ball does not feel good at all.
Especially when you're not wearing any shin protection or foot protection like Henderson. Some of these guys, you'll see some shin pads, maybe some elbow guards. He's not wearing anything on that front leg. 1-1 the count to the left-handed swinging designated hitter this evening. Got hit by a pitch in the first inning. As that's lifted into left field. On to take that one is Colin Parrish for out number 3, a 1-2-3, top half of the third for Sam Grace. We're through 2.5 at Car Shield Field. 1-0 Eagles. Just about set to start the bottom of the third. Shane Holsey, Will Connerly with you. Thank you for tuning in here on Car Shield Collegiate League TV. New pitcher for the Eagles. It's the right-hander out of Edwardsville, Illinois, Dawson Taylor. John A. Logan College, 6'4", 215 pounds. As a freshman this season, 5 appearances, 3 saves, 12 1/3 innings of work, a 4.38 earned run average, and 16 strikeouts. He will work to Colin Parrish to lead things off. It's been 6 up, 6 down off the right arm of Jake Kostyshak, and he gives way to Dawson Taylor here in the third. It'll be Parrish, Hickman, and Fay here in the bottom of the third as the Eagles lead at 1-0 on the RBI ground out by Peyton Leeper in the first. Outside corner, strike one, 1-1 to the left fielder from Quincy University. Now a 1-ball, 2-strike count to the left-handed swinging Parrish. Caught the final out of the top of the third inning. Parrish was a freshman at Quincy University this season, red-shirted. So still 4 years of eligibility for him as he goes down swinging. Second strikeout for Eagles pitching so far. 1 off the right arm of Kostyshak, and now 1 here for Dawson Taylor. And it's 7 up, 7 down.
Forrest Herman has showcased some good arms tonight here on this beautiful Friday evening. He started with Kostyshak and then the very talented Taylor as well, starting things off nicely.
There's been some rain in the area. I live in Wentzville. It was absolutely pouring on my way here, but so far so good here in O'Fallon here at Car Shield Field. And an 0-1 count to Ian Hickman, the designated hitter, hitting in the 8th spot. That's swung on and missed. Jacob Kostyshak, 6 up, 6 down. 2 quick innings of work in just 22 pitches. And now Dawson Taylor in an 0-2 count here against Ian Hickman. That's fouled straight back. Ian Hickman, the Wright City High School graduate, played in 3 games for Lewis and Clark Community College. He'll be attending William Woods this fall. Played in Slava last summer, hit at a .444 clip for the Stallions of Slava as he looks at strike 3 and back-to-back strikeouts for Dawson Taylor. The Falcons offense that was so potent yesterday, nowhere to be found here in the first 2 2/3. 8 up, 8 down. Andrew Fay, the shortstop, will try to get things started here with 2 away. A 5'10", 150-pound shortstop of John Wood Community College, a 2-way player. Hit .281 with a homer and 6 stolen bases. And also struck out 9 batters on the hill and recorded a save for the Blazers this spring. He looks at ball 2, 2-0. Seeing his first action here in the Car Shield Collegiate League. And that's swung on and missed for strike 1, 2-1. Falcons 1-0, Eagles 0-1. Day 3 of the Car Shield Collegiate League. We thank you for tuning in here on CCL TV on YouTube. A reminder, Hoots and Gems in Game 2. And fireworks afterwards. And in between Game 1 and Game 2, Charles Glenn will be performing the national anthem. Special treat for the fans here at Car Shield Field. 2-2. The count to Andrew Fay. Fouled back. Taylor looking to strike out the side in order. Again, 7-inning games here in the Carshield Collegiate League. These Falcons won 14-10 yesterday in a slugfest with the Cavemen. 24 total runs. 2 home runs by Austin Schmidt, as that's chopped in front of the plate. And smartly, Stallcup will let it go. Fay, good speed down the first base line. Likely would have beaten that one out had Stallcup picked it up. And Fay working a nice at-bat here after the first 2 batters struck out on 8 pitches to begin this inning. This will be the 7th pitch of this at-bat to Andrew Fay. Trying to extend the inning to Troy Bealsmith on deck. The 2-2 from Dawson Taylor. Down low, 3-2. He's worked it full. So it's the kind of at-bat you're looking for out of the 9-hole if you're Josh Kiesel, manager for the Falcons. The 3-2 from Taylor. Breaking ball, pop foul on the left field line, and then it will drop in the visitors' bullpen down the left field line. And Fay stays alive. A pesky at bat here from Andrew Fay. Steven Randazzo gave that a nice run down the third base line, but ran out of room. 9th pitch of the at-bat coming up here from Dawson Taylor to Andrew Fay. Another foul out of play. That's 4 two-strike pitches Fay has fouled off in this at-bat. Count stays full at 3-2. Here in game 1 of this doubleheader. We're off tomorrow and then back in action on Sunday for another doubleheader. Here on this 4th of July weekend, getting things started with some baseball. Nothing better than the 4th of July and baseball to go together. 11th pitch of the at-bat coming up. Here it comes from Dawson Taylor. Swung on and missed. He strikes out the side. Good at-bat by Andrew Fay, but he goes down swinging. And 3 strikeouts for Dawson Taylor out of the bullpen. We head to the top of the 4th. Eagles still on top, 1-0. You're watching Carshield Collegiate League Baseball on CCL TV. A reminder, this inning is brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, and computers and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. If your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, call Interco Recycling at 1-877-258-3601 or on the web at itcscrap.com. That's 1-877-258-3601 or itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Metaltronics recycler since 1996. Leading things off for the Eagles here in the top of the 4th is the second baseman, Peyton Leeper. He's driven in the only run of this ball game on a ground out back in the 1st. It'll be Leeper, Jacobson, and Stallcup, the 2 middle infielders and the catcher for the Eagles here in the 4th. Still working against Sam Grace, the right-handed pitcher out of Chesterfield, Missouri. One and one. The count to the left-handed swinging Peyton Leeper. Had a couple of hits the other day against the Gems and an Eagles loss, an 8-3 win for the Gems the other night. 1-2 the count to Leeper. Inside, it got him. Got him on the inside of the front leg, and he takes first to lead off the fourth. Eagles looking to add on to their one-run lead. That brings in the shortstop, Noah Jacobson. He struck out swinging in the first inning. He hits with a runner on first and nobody out after the hit by pitch. That breaks a string of 9 straight retired by Falcons pitching, and now back-to-back base runners as that gets through the left side for a base hit. And Noah Jacobson is 1 for 2, and the Eagles are in business here with nobody out. First hit of the ball game for either side there off the bat of Jacobson, and now Stalkup is hit by the pitch and 3 straight base runners to begin the fourth for the Eagles. Breaking ball got away from Sam Grace, and now the catcher Wade Stouse will chat with his pitcher prior to this at bat by Steven Randazzo.
Things getting a little interesting this inning, starting with a hit by pitch, a single, and then another hit by pitch. And now all of a sudden Randazzo has a chance to do some damage with the bases loaded and extend on this slim 1-run lead here in the top of the fourth inning.
So the base is loaded for Steven Randazzo playing third base this evening. Popped out to second his first time up to lead off the second inning. 3 straight base runners for the Eagles. And a strike there from Sam Grace. Actually, one of 2 pitchers named Sam Grace that work out at P3. The co-founder is their coach, Josh Kiesel, head coach of the Falcons. Oh, 0-2 the count on Steven Randazzo. The 0-2 swung on and missed. Got him with the breaking ball. That's strike 2. My apologies. One and 2 the count on Steven Randazzo. That's fouled out of play. He stays alive. Bases full of Eagles. And nobody out. Couple of hit by pitches and a base hit. The 1-2 fouled away. Tough breaking ball there, kind of backed up on Sam Grace, and Randazzo did everything he could to fight that one off and live to fight another day. The 1-2 from Grace, outside. Pulled the fastball a little bit across his body. Count goes even at 2-2. Nothing Eagles as we play here in the top of the fourth. Shane Holsey, Will Connerly with you here on CCL TV. The 2-2 is fouled away. 3 2-strike foul balls by Randazzo in this at bat. Pitch number 8 coming up. Infield in normal depth, double play depth up the middle. The 2-2 outside. And the count runs full. Big pitch coming here from Sam Grace. Eagles looking to add on. The 3-2 outside, ball 4. He walks in a run. Peyton Leeper comes across to score to make it 2-0 Eagles. So a couple of hit by pitches, a base hit, and now a walk have brought in a run for the Eagles, and Forrest Herman's squad now leads it 2-0.
And still nobody out.
Still nobody out. And a whole nest of Eagles on base.
And there is some activity going on in the bullpen.
2-0 the count on the left fielder, Kenny Piper. Struck out swinging his first time up back in the second. Chance to drive in some runs here. Still nobody out here in the top of the fourth. Fouled away. Two and one to the right-handed swinging Kenny Piper. Out of Columbia College, originally from Florissant, Missouri. Swung on and missed. Two and two the count on Kenny Piper. Sam Grace trying to minimize the damage here in the top of the fourth. Swung on and laced in the left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. 2 runners will score, and the Eagles double their lead to 4-0. Kenny Piper, a 2 RBI base hit. He was hitting over 400 before the stoppage at Columbia College, and he continues his hot hitting with a base hit here in the fourth. Jacobson and Stallcup score to make it 4-0.
He had 9 home runs too, Shane, in 2020. Finished with that 425 average, so picking up where he left off. And he's always been really successful. He was the AMC Freshman of the Year, hit .330. And so has played a lot of baseball in his time. As a freshman, hit over 300, hit .325 as a sophomore, and then was just tearing it up this year. With a big key as the Falcons still some more activity, starting to get more intense down in the bullpen. We'll try to get that number for you, or that name for you as I peek in the binoculars. That's number 29, Devin Radke, who is getting loose out there for Kiesel's Falcons.
And that brings in the first baseman, Ole Arntzen. And Arntzen looks at a ball, 2-0. Still nobody out here in the top of the fourth. 4-0 Eagles. And still threatening. And a good hitter's count for the powerful first baseman, Arntzen. And a 3-0 count. Right down the middle, strike one. Piper on first, Randazza on second. With nobody out, the 2-out RBI base hit by Kenny Piper has doubled the Eagles' lead to 4-0. And that's in the dirt, and the bases are loaded. Once again. That brings in the right fielder, Justin Eads. He hits with the bases loaded, nobody out. Josh Kiesel sticking with Sam Grace here with the bases loaded. Devin Radke getting loose out in the bullpen beyond the right center field wall. First pitch to Eads is down and away, ball one. Eads had an RBI base hit in the Eagles' first game on Wednesday. Chance for some more RBI here. And a 2-0 count. He grounded out to third base to lead off the top of the third inning. Outside corner, got a little bit on that outside corner. Eads none too happy with a strike call. Nonetheless, it's still a good count for the right-handed swinging right fielder from Quincy University, Justin Eads. Strike two on the outside corner. Grace in desperate need of an out here. Preferably for him, a strikeout or a double play. The 2-2 breaking ball almost clips Eads as he ducks out of the way.
That would have been the third hit by pitch here this inning.
And a full count to Justin Eads, nowhere to put him. Base is full of Eagles. Swung on and chopped to short, a double play ball. 6-4-3, a run scores, no RBI for Eads. 6-4-3 double play. Fade to Veerling to Schmidt for the Falcons, and they'll gladly trade 2 outs for a run.
Good pitch there on the 3-2 count. Got inside on Eads' hands and hit it up the middle. A run does score, but the base is loaded, nobody out. Obviously, kind of more of a worst-case scenario situation. But Kiesel will make the call to the pen, and
we'll tell you about the new Falcons hurler when we come back. 5-0 lead for the Eagles here with 2 outs in the top of the fourth. New pitcher for the Falcons is the right-hander, the 6'6" right-hander out of Rogersville High School, Devin Radke. Appeared in a couple of games for Lewis and Clark Community College this spring. He will work to the leadoff hitter, Jalen Jones, with a runner on third and 2 away, and a 5-0 Eagles lead here in the top of the fourth. Swung on and missed by Jones. 0 for 1. He walked and scored back in the first and grounded out to second in the third. Breaking ball is lifted into center field. That sends Beal Smith back, but he makes the catch. And 2 pitches, and Radke gets out of the inning. 4 runs put up by the Eagles here in the top of the fourth. We're halfway done here in game 1. Eagles lead it 5-0. New pitcher for the Eagles. It's the right-hander, number 2, Austin Trosser. The Mizzou commit, Fatima High School graduate out of Loose Creek, Missouri. He will work to the top of the Falcons' order. The Falcon is yet to reach base. It's been 9 up, 9 down for Eagles pitching here this evening. And a 5-0 lead after a 4-run top of the fourth. It'll be Beal Smith, Swords, and Vierling. 1, 2, 3 in the Falcons' order here in the fourth as Trosser fires in a strike. Beal Smith flew out to left field to Kenny Piper back in the first to lead off the bottom of the first. And that's fouled out of play quickly. 0-2 on the Falcons center fielder. Beal Smith had a couple of hits yesterday and a sac fly. Scored a couple of runs. 2 for 4 effort out of the leadoff spot for the second straight day here this evening. 0 for 1 so far this evening. The speedy center fielder will hit in a 1-2 count against Austin Trosser. A 1-2 in the dirt, 2-2. Trosser, a big lively fastball, good breaking ball. Sixth pitch of the at-bat to Beal Smith coming up. And that's chop foul. So we'll do it again here on 2-2. Ben Swartz on deck, the third baseman. And that's chopped to the right side. On to take it is Leeper for the first out. 7-pitch at bat, ends in a ground out for Bealsmith. One away here in the bottom of the fourth. That brings in the third baseman, Ben Swartz. Yesterday's ball game. Reached base 5 times, 2 for 2, with 3 bases on balls. Single and a double. 1-0 the count to the right-handed swinging third baseman. He pops that one in the shallow right. Easy play out there for Justin Eads for the second out. 11 straight Falcons retired to begin the ball game. F9 on the flyout. And that brings in Mark Vierling, playing second this evening. Played shortstop yesterday, a 5-for-5 effort. 3 runs driven in the 14-run onslaught by the Falcons offense, and they've been quiet this evening. Still have yet to get a man on base. The Eagles pitching started with Kostychak for 2 innings, Taylor for an inning, and now Trosser here in the fourth. That's down and away, ball 1, 1-1. Outside corner, strike 2 to Vierling.
Vierling going to be teammates with Trosser.
At Mizzou.
And these Mizzou teammates all in this league with Mann and Vierling going 9 for 9 combined yesterday.
And the starter for the Falcons this evening as well, Ben Peterson. At Mizzou as well.
Black and gold represented well in this league.
Absolutely. The 2-2 is upstairs. And Vierling works the count full at 3-2. Vierling laces that one to the right side. A diving play by Leeper. Fires a wide throw, and he's safe. Boy, a lot happening on that play. A diving stop by Leeper.
Knock.
We'll call that an infield single. Excellent effort by Leeper. Smothered it. And Vierling with a heads-up play to slide. That's about the only time you really want to slide into first base, is to avoid the tag, and he did a great job. That's a long way to get down there for the first baseman, Arntzen, at 6'5". And that brings in the catcher, Wade Staus. That's foul out of play, 0-2. Staus grounded back to the pitcher, Kostychak, in the second.
Trosser throws the ball pretty hard for his size, and he's very efficient with his mechanics. A big reason why he's a Division I SEC commit.
Strike 3 called, got him with the breaking ball. Staus goes down on 3 pitches. So a 2-out base runner, but nothing doing for the Falcons. They're still off the scoreboard as we're through 4 from Carr Shield Field, headed to the top of the 5th. Eagles on top, 5-0. You're watching Carl Shield Collegiate League Baseball on CCL TV. This inning is brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, and computers and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. If your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, call Interco Recycling at 1-877-258-3601 or on the web at itcscrap.com. That's 1-877-258-3601 or itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Metaltronics recycler since 1996. Devin Radke back out after getting the final out of the fourth inning. He will face 2, 3, 4 in the Eagles order: Henderson, Leeper, and Jacobson. Here in the top of the fifth, Eagles looking to add on to their 5-0 lead. Shane Holsey, Will Connerly with you here on Carsfield Collegiate League TV on YouTube. We thank you for joining in wherever you are. And Henderson loses the bat, and it goes into the first row just beyond the first base dugout. Luckily, the fans were paying attention down there. No harm, no foul, as Henderson swings and misses. First time we've seen that. We've seen a couple players drop the bat at home plate, but none fly into the stands that far. They went beyond the first base coach's box, beyond the edge of the dugout, and into the first row of fans down there, down the right field line. 0-1 the count, as Henderson will get some pine tar on that bat, and rightfully so. Don't want that to happen again. That's a scary moment when that flying piece of wood goes into the crowd. It's a projectile.
Souvenir, though, right?
This ain't the big leagues. 0-1 the count on Henderson. Down low, 1-1. Henderson 0 for 1. Got hit by a pitch back in the first and flew out to left in the third.
Wait, so in the big leagues they get to keep it, Shane?
I don't think so.
In the Carshield CL?
No. Sometimes I've seen players like sign a bat after the game and give it to if it struck a fan or something, but usually they want it back.
Yeah, and with no players having contact with the fans, you have the player's bat, but you don't even get it signed. I mean, what's it worth, you know?
And now in the major leagues with the netting going all the way down the lines, you won't see that as often, maybe if ever, unless a player really lets go of one.
Did they do that for every field now?
I think it's mandatory now.
Most fields did that, yeah, because of fans getting injured from the foul balls. That's not something I ever really thought about. But
as Henderson goes down looking, when you really think about it, when you're at a baseball game and you're sitting, say, behind home plate, say where we are, after a couple innings, you don't even see the net anymore. It just almost becomes blended into your field of vision, and you don't really notice it.
Yeah, was some of the drawback on that because people thought it would mess up their vision or mess up their line of sight for it?
Or not getting a foul ball.
Yeah.
That's really about the only two reasons you could come up with. But even still, I think the safety has you want a souvenir, but you also don't want to take a 100-mile-an-hour line drive to the head.
Yeah, and there's been people who have been severely injured from foul balls and things flying in the stands, and that's why you see stay alert.
As that pitch is lifted into fairly deep right field, and on to take it is Alex Hoff. Peyton Leeper just got under it a tad, and it's a long fly out for the second out.
But they also throw the ball into the stands, too, so I feel like they would still get the souvenirs one way or another. But it is interesting when you think about you're at a baseball game, people having conversation, and then something upwards of 100 miles an hour can come towards you, whether it's a bat or a ball. So that's definitely an interesting point that you come up with.
And it's easy to do. I mean, whether it's you look down at your phone for a little bit. I mean, 20, 30 years ago, we didn't have to worry about that. But nowadays, with cell phones and everything, and you still have people talking amongst themselves and talking with people in the row behind them, maybe turned around, and then all of a sudden a foul ball comes screaming at you. There's nothing you can do. You can't react fast enough.
Oh, yeah.
As that's roped into right center, and that gets down for a base hit. That's cut off by Beal Smith, and a 2-out single for Noah Jacobson.
A good piece of hitting right there, taking it the other way. It's what you really like to see.
Multi-hit ball game for Jacobson. He's 2 for 3. Couple of singles. And that brings in the catcher, John Stallcup. He scored a run, got hit by a pitch in the 4th. 0 for 1 on the evening so far for the right-handed swinging catcher, and he takes a hack at the first pitch and fouls it out of play for strike 1. Stallcup, out of Webster Groves High School, right from your neck of the woods there, Will. At SIUE.
Yeah, I played with him for a year with the Statesmen. Very good player, Division I player, was getting some at-bats this year and was being pretty successful in his first year as a Division I player after spending time playing with the Statesmen.
6 starts at catcher this year for SIUE. .333 hitter. That was second on the ball club. So very talented backstop. Playing for Forrest Herman's Eagles here in the Carr Shield Collegiate League. And hitting with a 1-2 count and 2 away here in the 5th. Base hit by Noah Jacobson. He's on first with 2 away. Devin Radke with a 1-2 count. Runner goes, but it's swung on and missed for strike 3. Radke works around the 2-out single by Jacobson. And no harm done in the top of the 5th. We head to the bottom half of the inning. 5-0 Eagles. You're watching Carl Shield Collegiate League Baseball on CCL TV. New pitcher into the ball game for the Eagles here in the bottom of the 5th. The 4th hurler to take the mound for Forrest Herman's Eagles. It'll be the right-hander out of William Woods University, Logan Bexton, 5'11" junior from Westphalia, Missouri. Fatima High School graduate. It's a couple of Fatima High School graduates in a row, Trosser and Bexton. Out of the bullpen for the Eagles, working with a 5-0 lead here in the bottom of the 5th. It'll be Austin Schmidt to lead things off. And then Alex Hoff and Colin Parrish, 5, 6, and 7 for the Falcons. First pitch swinging is Schmidt, and he fouls it off. Schmidt grounded out to second in his first plate appearance. 2 home run day yesterday, 6 driven in. Playing first here this evening was behind the plate last night. And that's roped over the outstretched glove of Noah Jacobson and into left center. And Schmidt's going to try for second, and he's in standing with a double.
He just continues to rake.
Make that another extra base hit. And he gets things going here for the Falcons here in the fifth as they try to rally back.
And the former Jefferson College Viking is really having a beautiful start to the CarShield Collegiate League. Assigned to play at Lindenwood University in the Great Lakes Valley Conference.
He's showing us why here in these first couple games. And now the right fielder, Alex Hoff. St. Peters, Missouri native, 6 foot, 175 pounds, came in and pinch ran in yesterday's ball game. Started 15 games for Maryville this spring as a junior. The 1-0 from Bexton swung on and missed.
Last night, one of the assistant coaches posted that Ari Gordon was bringing it 94 to 96. So that was kind of the inspiration for posting that poll out there, Shane, of, who's going to bring that velocity tonight. And I think we've seen a lot of it.
Kostychak and Peterson bringing it well into the 90s.
And then Taylor and Schrosser were right up there as well, as Taylor struck out the side and then came out of the game, and Schrosser faced 4 and had a clean inning. So Forrest Herman is doing something right with the pitching staff, and no wonder why. Works with the MILB Reds and works in that pitching department, who has some really great minds in that Reds facility. I mean, that Reds organization, they do a great job of developing pitchers, and Forrest is doing a great job providing an opportunity, being able to take his time to coach and allow these pitchers to come work on their craft, train, continue to get better, and move on in the game.
Look at the likes of Luis Castillo, Aroldis Chapman coming out of that organization. And playing in that ballpark, you have to have some good pitching. One of the smallest ballparks in the league. The bandbox that is Great American Ballpark.
Yeah, so a pitching coach in the MILB, I mean, those are really important, because that really cultivates the future of an organization. And, having continuity all throughout the minor leagues. There's so many minor league systems. Being on the same page and offering a system is very important.
And a strikeout of Alex Hoff, and he goes down for the first out. That brings in the left-handed swinging Colin Parrish out of Quincy University. One of 2 QU players in this ball game. Justin Eads out in right field for the Eagles. Colin Parrish on the other side of the outfield for the Falcons. And strike 2 from Bexton. Parrish went down swinging to lead off the bottom half of the third inning. And Parrish goes down on 3 pitches. He goes down for the second time. He's 0 for 2. And after the leadoff double by Austin Schmidt, back-to-back strikeouts for Logan Bexton.
And you can't help but keep talking. You can't help but keep talking about Forrest's staff, because they continue to carve out here. There's been only just 2 hits allowed here by Forrest's staff tonight, who's put out Kostychak, Taylor, Chaucer, and now Bexton.
And no hits up until the bottom of the fourth with 2 outs on the infield single. And that's up the middle, a little cue shot On to take it is Jacobson on the run. He makes the play. And after the leadoff double by Austin Schmidt, the Falcons go 1-2-3 after that. We're through 5 here at Carshield Field. Will Connerly will have the last 2 innings. He'll take you home here in the first half of this doubleheader. We head to the top of the 6th. The Eagles lead it 5-0.
This inning is brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, and computers and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. If your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, call Interco Recycling at 1-877-258-3601. On the web at www.itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Mellatronics recycler since 1996. Steven Randazzo into the box as we're here in the top of the 6th inning. Radke back out for another inning of work. Getting ahead, no balls and a strike to Randazzo. Radke came in the 4th, just got 1 out. And now out for his second full inning of work. He worked the 5th inning clean, and now here in the top of the 6th inning, trying to keep the train moving for the Falcons, who trail by 5 runs. He's trying to keep the deficit where it's at. Here in the top of the 6th inning, Radke ahead, no balls and 2 strikes in the count. That ball's fouled away to the right side as well from the right-handed hitting third baseman, Steven Randazzo. No balls and 2 strikes as Randazzo leads off the top of the 6th inning here. Eagles with a 5-0 lead at the plate, looking for more. Here in the top of the 6th inning, Forrest Herman's squad has had wonderful pitching and a wonderful breaking ball right there from Radke to get Randazzo swinging. So now Kenny Piper will come up to the plate. Kenny Piper had a couple of RBIs in the 4th inning when the Eagles exploded for 4 runs. As Piper fouls that one down the left field line. The Eagles had 4 runs on the top of the 4th inning, put up a crooked number, and a big part of that was Piper's 2 RBI hit. A couple hit by pitches and walks, and that inning really helped the Eagles out. As Piper gets hit by the pitch again, the 4th time rather, an Eagle has been hit by a Falcons pitcher. As there is some action down in the Falcons bullpen, we'll see if Kiesel will deploy anybody as his team trails by 5 runs. Eagles at the plate with a 5-0 lead. 1 down. Now stepping into the box is Ole Arnson. That's belted into right field in the gap. Could be extra bases. Coming around is Piper. Piper is going to be sent home, and Arnson will trot into second base. Play at the plate. Safe. So Kenny Piper runs all the way around the base pass, goes from first to home on the extra base hit from Ole Arnson, belted into the right center gap to extend the lead for the Eagles, now up 6-0.
There's just a little bobble out there in center field by Beal Smith, but it was an excellent relay Well executed from Beal Smith to Vierling to Staus, but the throw just a little high, and Staus couldn't quite slap the tag in time.
Radke in a little bit of trouble. Came in the fourth inning, threw a pitch, and got an out. Worked a clean fifth inning, but now has surrendered a run here. In the top of the sixth inning, 6-0 the score. That ball's in the dirt. Staus does a good job to block that one. Runner in scoring position stays Olay Arnston, who's at second base. Off of that big RBI double. That ball was well struck into the right field gap, right center gap.
Love to see the exit velocity on that one.
Smoked off the bat. Radke comes set and gets Eads to swing through a changeup. So a ball and a strike, one out. One on. And Justin Eads in the box. The former Parkway South standout. Was in his senior season at Quincy University. Plans to take his talents back to Quincy as he pops that one to the right side. Right fielder under it is Huff, and he catches it. Arnson will stay put, no tag. The throw goes to Swords, who comes up towards left field to gather that ball. And Eads pops out 0 for 3 this evening, but that'll flip it back over to the top of the lineup. Now Jalen Jones steps up with a couple of outs, but runner in scoring position, Olay Arnson, after his double. As the Eagles looking to pour it on. The Eagles pitching hasn't needed all of this offense tonight, as they've put up zeros every single inning and just have allowed 2 hits. As that ball almost hits Jalen Jones, the leadoff hitter. A little inside, a ball and no strikes, a couple out. Runner in scoring position, Arnson at second base. Radke comes set and delivers the pitch, swung through. For strike one, a ball and a strike. Jalen Jones swinging it from the right side, the center fielder for the Eagles, who are looking for their first win this season after dropping a game. And they're in good position to do so with the great pitching performance that they've had tonight. It started with a Costi shock, then Taylor struck out the side. Trosser showcased a clean inning, and so did Logan Baxton. No runs allowed through 5 innings for Forrest Herman's staff. Just 2 hits as well. But the Eagles got things started in the top of the first inning, and it looks like that may be all they need. They plated 1 run in the top of the first and 4 in the top of the fourth, and then 1 here in the top of the 6th inning. And they have a 6-0 lead over Josh Kiesel's Falcons. The pitch is a little inside and low on the breaking ball, so that will run the count full. 3 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. The center fielder, Jalen Jones, in the box as Radke comes set for the full count pitch. Ring him up as Radke works out of it, but 1 run across. 6-0 as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning. You're watching the Car Show Collegiate League TV on YouTube. Welcome back to Carshield Field. 6-0 Eagles lead. Will the Falcons have some offense in them? It's been slim today. Will Andrew Fay start things off? The pitch missed up and away. The Eagles, 5 shutout innings already here as we're in the bottom of the 6th inning. They lead 6-0. 1 ball, 1 strike. As Logan Bexton is working in his 2nd inning of work. Facing Andrew Fay, who swings through that fastball. So a ball and 2 strikes. Andrew Fay playing shortstop tonight with the open stance. Swung through and missed. Strike 3. The Eagles throw it around, and the Eagles have been getting those strikeouts tonight. And it all started with Kostychak's beautiful breaking ball. Dawson Taylor with a strikeout of the side. That's the 8th strikeout for the staff. 5 1/3 innings pitched, 8 Ks for Forrest Herman's squad. His pitching staff has been electric tonight. On this beautiful Friday night, we haven't talked about the weather too much, but it's beautiful baseball weather. That pitch is missed upstairs from the hard-throwing right-hander Logan Bexton.
A little cooler than it was yesterday. A little more cloud cover as well, helping keep the temperature down. There's been some rain in the area, but we've stayed dry here.
That ball's fouled away, and you called it baseball weather when it's hot out, and I know pitchers really like it when the weather is a little warmer. Obviously, there's some type of dichotomy you have to balance there, but when it's a little warmer, that ball the velocity can be a little higher as that pitch is missed low.
Arms a little looser, don't have to take as much time warming up.
Well, yeah, and a reason that I draw that conclusion is because when you start the season in February and the weather's a little chilly, that ball's hit up to the right side. This has a chance as backtracking forward is Eads, and he almost robs it, but it's gone. A home run as Justin Eads went to jump to go get it, but trotting around the base paths and touching them all is finally a run is on the board for the Falcons. As Logan Bexton surrenders the home run and trotting around the base paths. Happy joy for the Falcons. Troy Beal-Smith hits it to right field and touches them all. Now 6-1 is the score.
Oh, Eads got a glove on that. He almost robbed that. Actually did get some leather on it, but it hit off his glove and into the bullpen. Used that short wall. Eads almost went up and robbed it.
Justin Eads, his glove touched the ball, but he went over the wall, and the ball went over the wall as well.
Just a case of momentum.
Wasn't able to corral it. This ball's chopped to the left side. Jacobson dives to stop it, but it will be an infield single for Ben Swords. The bomb from Troy Beal-Smith, the center fielder for the Falcons, gets the Falcons on the board here in the 6th inning. And something's always brews in these late innings in the Carshield Collegiate League. We've seen dramatic comebacks, home runs, and run scores and grand slams in the 6th and 7th inning. So when it gets to the latter stages of the ballgame, look out here in the Carshield Collegiate League. At least that's all what the early signs say, as we've seen many late-inning heroics. But that's what we love on a broadcast as the right-handed hitter Mark Vierling heads into the box.
As our producer Charlie told us after our games last night, there's nothing more dangerous than the later innings in the Carshield Collegiate League.
We've already trademarked that, and it's a guaranteed thing now. Charlie Bornosh.
He says put it on a shirt. I'd buy that shirt.
Just a couple days in, we've got a T-shirt idea for you as a swing and a miss for Mark Vierling. Mark Vierling, a couple of days in, already putting up some great numbers with 5 hits yesterday. Had a single already today, infield single. One of the 3 hits that the Falcons have had. Just 2 before that Beal-Smith home run that Justin Eads almost corralled over in right field, but it got over the wall. Initially off the bat, I thought it had a chance, and then the way that Eads was backtracking for that ball, it looks like it was going to be close, and he almost robbed that one, but couldn't quite haul it in. A very tough play to make, especially when you think about, as the right fielder, if a ball's hit over your head, it's guaranteed extra bases because it's going to hit off that big wall. I mean, not guaranteed, but it's guaranteed going to be a hit. Mm-hmm. But a lot of times outfielders can backtrack to get the ball, but there's not much room out there with the huge wall over in right field, and it's a little shorter for hitters to park balls out here. A lot of the college hitters play in probably bigger fields to the corners here at CarShield Field.
Only about 300 feet down the right field line, you do have that big wall, so it plays more like about 320, 325. But then you get out towards the bullpen, and that really short wall, only about 3 or 4 feet high, and it's only 325 feet to that light pole you see out in right center. That's about where Eads almost robbed that.
Yeah, the down the right field line, it says 229.
299.
299. That's what I meant. Good catch there. 299, so about 300, but 325.
That'd be really short.
Yeah, that'd be Shane Holsey home run time.
Oh,
as
yeah.
This ball's hit up the middle. Could be 2, 6, 4, 3. And the inning ends. Bexton rolls up a double play. And we head now to the top of the 7th. You're watching CarShield Collegiate League TV. Welcome back to CarShield Field. Just a reminder for you, this inning is brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. If your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, call Interco Recycling at 877-258-3601 or on the web at www.itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, an electronics recycler since 1996. Now stepping into the box, Damian Henderson for the Eagles, who have a 6-1 lead. New pitcher on the mound as well for the Falcons, Zach Karbowski. Spent some time at Kellogg Community College, had a 2.3 ERA in the 2018-2019 season. That ball's fouled away to the left side. Pitch missed up and away. A ball and a strike to Damian Henderson. The designated hitter was hit by a pitch in the first, flew out to left in the third, and struck out looking in the 5th inning. Karbowski with a nice breaking ball. Now ahead in the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Final chance coming up for the Falcons on the other side of this one, Shane. They'll have Staus, Schmidt, and Hoff as Henderson swings through a nice pitch from Karbowski. So start off the inning with a strikeout. For the first out of this inning, nice work by Karbowski to come out of the bullpen and get a strikeout right away. Now Peyton Leeper, the second baseman, who swings it from the left side, will take the lumber up to the plate and see what he can do against Karbowski.
He gave one a ride his last time up, just got underneath it a little too much, flew out to deep right field.
And it was hit by a pitch and came around to score in the 4th inning and had an RBI on the ground out to the first baseman in the 1st inning. That ball's popped up, tracking forward, and a heck of a play. Black tracking forward is Ben Swords, who catches it out by the bullpen. He ran a country mile to go get that one all the way back out by the bullpen. Backtracking for a third baseman like that. I know it was up in the air for a bit, but great range from the hot corner from Ben Swords to go all the way back out by the chairs over there in the bullpen and catch that over-the-shoulder catch. Nice play for out number 2 in foul territory.
A lot to contend with on that play. You got to track the ball. You got the bullpen mound coming up. You got chairs down there. You got a wall. You got the left fielder and the shortstop converging on. A lot to contend with. And Swords made a heck of an over-the-shoulder catch for the second out.
Karbowski kicking and delivering. Misfires on the first 2 pitches. 2 balls and no strikes as Noah Jacobson, the shortstop, comes into the box. He's 2 for 3. Came around to score a run as well in the 4th inning when the Eagles put up 4 runs. That ball's missed low. So 3-ball count with 2 outs. On deck is John Stallcup. And Stallcup has done a really good job today handling the staff of the Eagles, who have pumped out some nice arms as they've only allowed 3 hits and just 1 run. That's belted into right field. And it is gone. A home run for Noah Jacobson. Touch 'em all as it's now 7-1 for the Eagles as Noah Jacobson hits a line drive home run off of Karbowski to extend the lead now to 6 runs, 7-1. The Eagles on top.
Up 6-1, cut him loose on 3-0, let him do some damage. And he got a pitch to his liking and smoked that one into the bullpen in right center. No doubt about that one.
Sometimes those are the best pitches you'll get, Shane. So a lot of times they think, oh, the hitter may be taking, but Stallcup, his bat goes loose as well towards the on-deck circle, but he lines out to the third baseman, Ben Swords. Home run by Noah Jacobson to extends the lead 7-1 as we head to the bottom frame of the 7th. Final chance for the Falcons coming up here on Car Show Collegiate League TV.
Here.
Damian Henderson now into the ball game. Final chance coming up for the Falcons. Wade Stouse, Austin Schmidt, and Alex Hoff. New arm on the mound, the left-hander number 20, Damian Henderson. He was the designated hitter. Spends his time at California State University, Bakersfield. Started 37 games, played in 48. Primarily a left fielder, and was having a .236 season average in WAC action, and that was what he hit his sophomore year. But this season he was hitting .321. He was 17 for 53 in a shortened season with a couple of home runs, but now we get to see what he does on the mound. A little two-way player, the designated hitter, now towing the rubber with his team up 7-1 as Stouse fouls that one back to the backstop. A ball and a strike now to the left-handed hitting catcher from Southeast Missouri State. So 3 outs to get for Henderson. We'll see what the lefty can do, who sets up in the stretch from the third base side of the rubber. And Stouse looking to start things off. Don't count these Falcons out. They can put up runs in a hurry, as we saw yesterday. Ball's missed low as Henderson slips on this turf mound here at CarShield Field.
We'll see Wade's brother Ty in game 2 for the Hoots. Both catchers, both will be at SEMO come this fall. Both left-handed hitting catchers. Ty wears number 7 for the Hoots. Wade number 4 for the Falcons.
Both Lafayette High School standout athletes who absolutely rake as that ball's gone to the backstop. The left-hander Jacobson, California State University, Bakersfield, an outfielder. And the junior hailed from Raleigh, North Carolina, was homeschooled. Had a .236 average, as we mentioned, in his sophomore campaign with 37 starts. And has some speed, led the team in triples. And we get to talk all about his hitting statistics because we weren't prepared for him to toe the rubber today as that ball goes to the backstop. And Stouse reaches first to start off this inning. And now someone who has been dangerous here in the CarShield Collegiate League to start things off, Austin Schmidt. He's been on an absolute tear. We'll see if he can't continue his streak. Swinging it from the right side. We'll see what the first baseman today for the Falcons can do.
As we've seen in the first couple days of this league, no lead is safe in the late innings. Even a 6-run lead, if you're Henderson, got to bear down and work around this leadoff walk. Can't let too many base runners get on base, then all of a sudden somebody pops one. It's a 1 or 2 run game.
The Eagles scored a run in the top of the first. And we're leading as that's a swing and a miss on a high fastball from Schmidt. Now the count is a ball and a strike. The Eagles were leading 1-0 until the 4th inning when they put on 4 runs and led 5-0. They tacked one more on in the 6th to lead 6-0. But then a home run in the bottom frame of the 6th inning from the Falcons, Beal Smith, put the score 6-1. But then last half, another home run from Noah Jacobson. The Eagles tallied another run as a swing and a miss on another high fastball. Now 2 balls and 2 strikes to Austin Schmidt. So 7-1 lead for the Eagles. Eagles have had 5 hits today with those 7 runs. 4 of them coming in the 4th inning, then 1 in the 1st, 6th, and 7th. But here in the bottom frame of the 7th inning, the left-hander looking to close things out needs 3 outs to do it and has a 6-run cushion to work with. This Eagles staff trying to close out a beautifully performed 9th by the Eagles staff thus far, putting up zeros until the 6th inning when a home run was given up. But they've only allowed 1 run on 3 hits so far as we stand here in the bottom of the 7th inning looking to close this game out. Swung on and missed, 3 strikes swinging, and Austin Schmidt goes down. And Shane, we should be talking more about the statistics on the mound for this hard-throwing left-hander, Damian Henderson, California State University, Bakersfield. And just touched the velocity as I peaked down 95 miles per hour to get Austin Schmidt swinging on that fastball. So we did the poll there, Shane, this morning. We said, what's going to be the highest velocity hit tonight? We're not sure what some of the hard throwers like Taylor and Schrosser, Bexton, and Kostyshak did, but Henderson touched a 5 from the left side, 95. Just confirmed he hit 96. He's been sitting around 94 to 96 miles an hour this inning. So 96 plus, I believe that was the winner on the poll. So if you did vote on the poll and participate, there you go. 96 miles an hour did win it. So in a 6-run game, when you have some cushion, we get to talk about those polls and those fun things that we do to interact with the fans here. And we'll continue to do those so you can stay involved with the broadcast. But we can confirm if you did pick that, it did win. And this is just absolute gas coming out of the left arm of Damian Henderson. Henderson just letting it eat on the mound. Forrest Herman loves to see it. 94, 95 miles an hour. Working with Stahlcup, done a great job today of handling the pitching staff. Henderson shook once and then comes set. A ball and 2 strikes and a strike 3. A nasty pitch right there, Shane. And Henderson has some electric stuff working today.
That one at 95. He's touched 96.
That one looked like a cutter almost.
Absolutely. He's got some movement on that. Those lefties have some movement on their fastball, just natural.
Yeah, and sometimes some of them are straighter, and then some of them have just been cutting with wicked movement. And 95 miles an hour, that's a nice curveball that comes into the box. But
I think that fooled the umpire as much as it did the hitter, Parrish. It almost ended up right down the middle.
Sometimes when you throw such a great breaking ball, the umpire can't call it a strike because it was so good that it even fools the umpire. I'm not saying that was the case there, but it reminds me of times when the breaking ball is just so nasty. It's in the dirt. It's so tight and sharp that the hitter won't even swing at it, and therefore it'll be a ball even though it's a great pitch. As Stahlcup has a word with Henderson, the hard-throwing left-hander. Henderson has a 6-run cushion right now. 7-1, the Eagles are on top. The Eagles looking to get their first win here in the Car Shield Collegiate League. A 2-0 count to the Quincy University outfielder Colin Parrish. Henderson comes set. And a strike on the outside corner. The fastball placed well. So 2 balls and a strike. A 2 away. The runner at first is Wade Stouse. He led off this inning with a walk, but then Henderson struck out Schmidt and Hoff and started to bring the heat as well. Henderson coming in, throwing from the left side, works from the third base side of the rubber. And his battery partner, John Stahlcup, calling the pitches as he delivers the 3-1 pitch, swung on and missed. As Parrish tried to take that one deep, a healthy hack, but swings through it. So now the count is full. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Final chance for the Falcons, who trail by 6 runs. Eagles looking for their first win of the Car Shield Collegiate League. Henderson on the mound. He shakes one time and says, yes, sir, we'll see what he brings on 3-2. The pitch. And ball 4, missed low, so that will continue things on now to Ian Hickman, the designated hitter. So Ian Hickman comes to the plate with his team down 7-1 here in the bottom of the 7th inning. The final chance for the Falcons here in these 7-inning ball games in the Car Shield Collegiate League. That ball is strike on the corner. Nice pitch from the hard-throwing lefty. A 0-1 count. Runners on first and second. 2 outs and 2 aboard for Ian Hickman. That ball missed upstairs. 1 ball, 1 strike, and 2 away. 7-1 lead for the Eagles. Henderson looking just needs 1 more out to close it down. Had Parrish down to the final strike, but then issued the free pass as that ball is missed up and away. 2 balls and a strike now to Ian Hickman, who struck out looking in the third, grounded out to the shortstop in the 5th. Falcons had a great offensive showcase today, but it was a taller task today against some strong arms on the Eagles. And the Falcons have only had 3 hits so far as we're in the final inning. And just 1 run scored. That ball goes wide. And runners will advance to second and third. Is that fastball in the dirt hard to scoop up by Stallcup, so runners will advance to second and third now. Staus goes to third and Parrish goes to second, and the count goes to 3 balls and a strike with 2 outs. So Henderson just looking for a way to work out of this, get this final out for the Eagles, looking for the first win here in the Car Shield Collegiate League. Stay tuned with us as we have a game after this one as well. Henderson issues the free pass. So Henderson with 3 walks and 2 strikeouts in this inning. It has loaded the bases, and that warrants a mound visit from Forrest Herman. Tonight's game was nearly sold out, Shane, and largely due to the fact that there's a great theme going on after this game here on this beautiful 3rd day of July. The Hoots playing the Gems, and a great national anthem performance. Charles Glenn coming to perform the national anthem before the game as Forrest Herman has a word with Henderson. Henderson started off with a walk in this inning, then a couple of strikeouts, and then 2 more walks. It's loaded the bases.
And then all of a sudden, Andrew Fay with a chance to drive in a couple of runs and keep this line moving. Looked like it was going to be an easy inning for Henderson, and all of a sudden, as we've seen in just about every game so far, the 7th gets a little interesting. That ball gets away. There's a run.
As Staus comes home to score, and another wild pitch by Henderson allows runners to advance. Wade Staus comes home. Parrish goes to third. Hickman goes to second, and Andrew Fay has a 1-0 count. Now there is an open base, but the runner on deck is Bealsmith, and Bealsmith had an at-bat last time, putting it out in the 6th inning. Hitting a home run, and he was the first run scored for the Falcons, but now it is 7-2. Called strike on the fastball. A lefty, like we mentioned, brings the heat. About 94, 95 miles an hour, has peaked at 96 miles an hour tonight. Here in a 7-2 ball game here in the Car Shield Collegiate League. Eagles looking for their first victory as they drop their first game. Swung through that fastball. So now a ball and 2 strikes with 2 outs. Final strike the Falcons are down to with Andrew Fay at the plate. This lefty shakes off on the 1 ball, 2 strike count with 2 outs. Car Shield Collegiate League action on day 1. The Cavemen and Corn Belters played a thriller 6-5. The Corn Belters won, but then the Eagles had their action against the Gems and dropped the game 8-3 to the Gems, who are in action after this one. Could be the final pitch, but it's low. Missed for ball 2. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs, and 2 runners on with the left-handed hitter in the box, Andrew Fay, and the hard-throwing lefty, Henderson, on the mound. So the Eagles dropped their first game, 8-3 to the Gems, but looking for their first win. They're 1 strike away. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, Henderson on the mound. And that pitch is ring him up, strike 3. A bigger zone than you'd think right there, but nonetheless, an unconventional way to strike out the side as Henderson strikes out the side, and we're 20 minutes away from more baseball. That's a final 7-2. The Eagles get their first victory. They improve to 1-1, and the Falcons drop to 1-1. 7-2 final here at CarShield Field in the CarShield Collegiate League. We'll be back with you in about 20 minutes. 7-2 final here, CarShield Collegiate League, but stay tuned with us next. Hoots and the Gems. Fireworks after the game, and Charles Glenn before the game. So stay tuned. We'll have it all for you on CarShield Collegiate League TV here on YouTube.
Lineup cards have been exchanged, and we're just about ready for Game 2 of this doubleheader between the Hoots and the Gems. But before we get to that, a special performance of the national anthem tonight by Charles Glenn, the former St. Louis Blues national anthem singer. He'll perform the national anthem before this ball game, and we'll send it down to the field for the national anthem.
What so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets ran. The bomb bursting in air came through the night, that our flag was still there. Oh, sing us that star-spangled banner away. For the land of the free and the home of
Fantastic job, as always, by Mr. Charles Glenn performing the national anthem prior to this matchup between the Hoots and the Gems. Always a treat. Nice way to kick off the 4th of July weekend. And we got some more baseball up ahead. The game 2 of this doubleheader between the Hoots and the Gems. The Hoots will be the away team in tonight's matchup. The Gems, the home team. We'll take you through the starting lineup for the O'Fallon Hoots after dropping their first game last night to the Corn Belters 3-2. Leading off at shortstop will be number 1, Dominic Cusimano. Playing center field and hitting second is number 5, Chase Krogman. Hitting 6th and playing first base, number 6, Matt Dunham. Hitting 4th and playing left field is number 16, Colin Bergman. Behind the plate and doing the catching this evening, number 7, Ty Stouse. Number 11, Luke Lampros plays second. He hits 6th. Jamie Young is the designated hitter. He hits 7th. Davey Pound is in right field. He will hit 8th. And Matt Staker will hit 9th and play third base. On the mound for the Gems this evening will be number 21, Mason Palmier. Low 90s fastball, 20-20, a sub-2.5 ERA, and 25 1/3 innings of work as the Gems take the field. And we're just about ready for action here this evening from Car Shield Field. In Game 1, it was a 7-2 victory for the Eagles. The Falcons, after that offensive outburst yesterday, couldn't really get anything going, just 3 hits in Game 1.
Yeah, excited to see what this game brings. Mason Palmier, very, very talented pitcher. I've played with him before, and I know that his fastball is very electric. Spends time at Missouri Baptist, has gone around of a couple different schools, and glad he's getting an opportunity to play in this one. But like you mentioned, it's been kind of the doubleheaders have been tales of 2 different games. It feels like, you get an offensive showcase and then another showcase. But I'm excited to see how the Hoots actually come out in this one after leading all game until the late inning heroics. A couple of defensive miscues really hurt the Hoots in the final inning, and the Corn Belters made the comeback, and this time they fully made it and got their first victory. Joey Hawkins and his squad had that last night in a great game, but back-to-back nights, the Hoots here, fireworks after, Charles Glenn before, and fans filling the stands. It should be fun.
I hope you enjoyed that national anthem. We sure did here at the ballpark. Fans still filing in, going on 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern. A little earlier start than we had for Game 2 last night. Didn't get going until about 8:45, but a much quicker first game. And a 7-2 Eagles victory, and the Hoots looking to pick up their first win here at Cars Shield Field. The Gems came away with a win on Wednesday over the Eagles. So they sit at 1-0. Hoots at 0-1, and Mason Palmier, the right-hander out of Missouri Baptist University, in his junior season this year, out of Parkway South High School, 6'3", 185 pounds. Out of Baldwin, Missouri, previously played at Hutchinson Community College. As I mentioned, this year at Missouri Baptist, a sub-2.5 ERA. 25 in the third innings of work. 21 strikeouts, 9 walks for the hard-throwing right-hander Mason Palmier, and he will face Dominic Cusimano. The shortstop will lead things off for the Hoots here this evening. Beautiful night for baseball. A good crowd here at Cars Shield Field. First pitch from Palmier is looped over to third, and the play is made there by Kyle Franklin, playing third base this evening for the Gems. Perfect time to take you around the horn for the Gems. It's Jacob Gentry in left field, Kylan Cunningham in center, Tyler Fogarty in right, Kyle Franklin at third, Lane Barrymore at short, Josh Gibson at second, Gage Cruz at first, Braden Spar behind the plate, catching Mason Palmier. So a one pitch out for Palmier, and that brings in the center fielder, Chase Krogman. Displayed his skills last night, a minor leaguer in the Chicago White Sox system. Drafted right out of high school, out of Wentzville Liberty High School. Just down I-64, just south of O'Fallon. That pitch misses low for a ball, 2-1. Krogman last night, a 1-for-3 effort. Single and a run scored on the docket, on the line score for him last night, as he hits in a 3-1 count here against Mason Palmier. The 3-1 delivery swung on and laced into center field. That'll get down for a base hit, and the first hit of the ball game for the Hoots. And that brings in the powerful first baseman, Matt Dunham. The SLU commit, formerly of Jefferson College. He'll be playing for the Billikens this spring. So the base hit by Krogman. He's on first with one away. Here in the top of the first, here from Cars Shield Field on Cars Shield Collegiate League TV, Shane Holsey, Will Connerly with you. I'll take you through the first couple innings. We'll take you through the middle innings, and then I'll take you home in the 6th and 7th. Here on a beautiful night for baseball between the Hoots and the Gems, Day 3 of the Cars Shield Collegiate League. Fireworks after this ball game. Charles Glenn, an excellent job on the national anthem, as always. Former anthem singer for the St. Louis Blues. His final season doing that was the magical Stanley Cup run. So great to have him at the ballpark and taking in some baseball here this evening. We thank you for taking in some baseball as well. As always, if you can't make it to the ballpark, we'll be right here on Cars Shield Collegiate League TV. All 90 games streamed live on YouTube. Krogman, a base hit to center field, his second hit here in the young season. He leads off first with one away and a 1-ball, 2-strike count on Matt Dunham as he fouls that one back. Still a 1-2 count to Matt Dunham. The 1-2 is down and in, a breaking ball. Smothered there by Braden Spar behind the plate. So Dominic Cusimano lined out on the first pitch. Chase Krogman singled to center. And now a 2-2 count and one away to the first baseman and slew commit, Matt Dunham. Here comes the 2-2 from Palmier. Swung and chopped to the right side and foul. Past the first baseman, Gage Cruz, who homered in yesterday's ball game, or on Wednesday rather, over the tall right center field wall, over the Great Clip sign in right field.
It was a nice stroke.
He's got good power, and he showed it. As Dunham looks at ball 3, 3-2. Krogman, very good speed on first. I wonder if Joe Lincoln will send the runner Krogman off first on a 3-2 count and one away. A very good hitter, Dunham at the plate. Krogman staying put, and a strikeout of Matt Dunham. Mason Palmier picks up his first punch out, and that's the second out of the inning.
Good action on that fastball. Pitchers like going inside with 2 strikes, especially if the umpire's going to have the zone favor the pitchers more. I think it's interesting because you want to go inside with 2 strikes as a pitcher if you can locate it, because they're looking to protect, hit something the other way. And that hard fastball had some really good action on it there.
Catch a hitter leaning out over the plate. That's a good pitch. As in steps the left fielder, Colin Bergman. In yesterday's ball game, 0 for 2 with an RBI and a hit by pitch. He chops that one over the head of Palmier. And to take that one is Josh Gibson. He steps on second. And Palmier works around the 1-out single by Chase Krogman. We head to the bottom of the first. Gems coming to bat. No score. Code Ninjas O'Fallon is located on the Deerberg Shopping Center at Deer Creek Crossing at 2955 Highway K in O'Fallon at the intersection of Highways K and N. Kids ages 7 through 14 will learn how to code by building small video games with the help of sensei instructors. They will start at white belt and go all the way to black belt. Come in today for a free 30-minute session to try it out. Kids have fun and parents see results. Head to codeninjas.com/mo-o'fallon or call 636-851-9634. That's 636-851-9634. Code Ninjas, kids have fun and parents see results. We head to the bottom of the first inning. The Gems coming to bat, and they will have to contend with the right-hander out of Lake St. Louis, Missouri, Tyler Bastunis. A two-way player. Played the field last night for the Hoots. Is on the mound here tonight. 2 2/3 innings at Southern Illinois University Edwardsville in the Ohio Valley Conference for the 8-7 Cougars this spring. As a freshman, 5'4", 5'9" out of Timberland High School. Josh Gibson will lead things off. It'll be Josh Gibson, Kylan Cunningham, and Tommy Woods here in the first. Gage Cruz, Lane Bamore, Tyler Fogarty, Jacob Gentry, Braden Spar, and Kyle Franklin for the Gems here this evening, as Josh Gibson, playing second base this evening, looks at ball one, 1-0. Wednesday's ball game, Josh Gibson 0 for 3 with the base on balls as he chops one out to second. And Luke Lampros makes the play for the first out. Josh Gibson retired 4-3. Gibson goes down for the first out, and that brings in the center fielder out of Wabash Valley Community College, Kylan Cunningham. Florissant, Missouri native, CBC high school graduate. Kylan Cunningham, 6'1", 195 pounds. 6 at-bats for the Warriors this spring. He's batting second for the Gems here this evening. Justin Paulson's Gems 1-0. Joe Lincoln's Hoots 0-1 entering play this evening. Cunningham chops that one foul up the first base line for strike 2. Tyler Bastunas working against Kylan Cunningham here in the bottom of the first rather. No score. Base hit by Chase Krogman with one out in the top half. Nothing doing as Kylan Cunningham swings and misses at a ball in the dirt. 2 straight outs for Bastunas here in the bottom of the first. And that brings in the designated hitter this evening for the Gems. Tommy Woods played third base on Wednesday. Showed off the arm a few times. He of McClure North High School, Missouri State signee out of high school. .6'4", 235 pounds out of St. Louis. (2-0) the count on Woods. His brother Desmond, member of the Corn Belters. The 2-0. 3-0 now. Bastunas looking for a quick 1-2-3 inning after a scoreless top half of work put in by Mason Palmier. And there's a strike as Woods tosses the bat. He thought he had ball 4, as that one just clipped the knees for strike 1. And Bastunas steals a strike. Still a good hitter's count here for the powerful Tommy Woods. Swung on and missed. He wanted to hold up, but instead swung through it for strike 2. And Bastunas works the count full back at 3-2. The payoff pitch from Bastunas. Outside. Pulled the fastball. And Woods reaches base with 2 away for the first baseman, Gage Cruz. So the first base runner of the game for the Gems is a walk to Tommy Woods with 2 away here in the bottom of the first. And now Gage Cruz will hit with a runner on base. Launched a home run over the right field wall on Wednesday. That's inside as he scoots away from it. Cruz from Belleville, Illinois. 6'3", 195 pounds. Beautiful night at the ballpark here at Cars Shield Field. Again, operating at just 25% capacity. Following all social distancing guidelines. As Cruz slices that one down the left field line. That gets into the corner and hops over the wall for a ground rule double. And Woods, who likely would have scored had that ball not hopped over the wall, will have to stay at third. And Gage Cruz picks up the first hit of the ball game for the Gems, and it's a ground rule double. Nice piece of hitting there by the lefty. As that ball hopped into the bleachers down the left field line off this artificial turf here at Carshield Field, put in recently. Up until a few years ago, grass and dirt infield. Now all turf all around Carshield Field. As that brings in the shortstop out of Quincy University, Lane Barrymore. Had an RBI base hit on Wednesday. He's hitting with runners on second and third against Tyler Bastunas, and he laces that one to the right side, and it's pulled in by Matt Dunham. He saves a couple of runs. Nice play by the left-handed first baseman. And the Gems strand a pair as we head to the top of the second. No score. You're watching Carshield Collegiate League Baseball on CCL TV. A reminder, this inning is brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. If your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, call Interco Recycling at 1-877-258-3601 or on the web at itcscrap.com. That's 1-877-258-3601 or itcscrap.com on the web. Interco Recycling, the Metaltronics recycler since 1996. After a scoreless first inning, we head to the top of the second, and the catcher Ty Stouse will lead things off for the Hoots. 5, 6, and 7 Stouse, Lampros, and the designated hitter Jamie Young due up for the Hoots. First pitch swinging is Lampros, and he swings through it for strike one. The 0-1 offering misses up and away. Ball 1-1-1. Ty Stouse, the younger brother of Falcons catcher Wade Stouse, will be attending SEMO this fall. The 1-1 is in there, strike two. So Ty and Wade will both be Red Hawks come this fall, both out of Lafayette High School here in St. Louis. That pitch misses in, 2-2. Ty ranked as the 7th best catcher, 37th best player in Missouri in the class of 2020. According to Perfect Game, as that misses away, 3-2. Full count to the catcher, Ty Stouse. As that's lifted down the left field line into foul territory. No, drifting back into fair territory now as Lane Barrymore, the shortstop, makes the play for the first out.
That ball was like curved in and out.
So the first out here in the top half of the second. And Luke Lampros steps in with one out and nobody on to try to get something started for the away of Fallon Hoots tonight, and the away team on the scoreboard in their home stadium. And the first pitch to Lampros is up and in. Crowd telling him to wear it as the breaking ball got away from Palmier. Lampros with a good supporting cast here at Carr Shield Field. Infielder from St. Charles out of Harris Stowe State. And that's roped up the middle and a base hit. Second hit of the ball game for the Hoots and the first for Lampros. Reached base a couple of times last night and reaches with a single here with one away. And that brings in the designated hitter, Jamie Young. First pitch from Palmier, up and in as Young backs away from it. Jamie Young out of Maryville University. Plenty of Maryville Saints in this league. Young, the designated hitter this evening for the Hoots, in a 2-0 count. One out, the runner on after the base hit by Lampros. Now 3-0. Shane Holsey, Will Connolly with you here on Carr Shield Collegiate League TV. Thank you for tuning in, wherever you are, however you're watching. Thank you for making us a part of your Friday evening and 4th of July weekend. No baseball here tomorrow, but we'll be back on Sunday, as we hope your 4th of July weekend is off to a good start. Even better with some baseball here this evening from O'Fallon, Missouri. Now 3-2 to the designated hitter, Jamie Young. The 3-2, the runner goes, swung on a miss, throw down to second is wide, and Lampros swipes second. That stolen base is brought to you by the O'Fallon Family YMCA, the Y for youth development, healthy living, and social responsibility, as Lampros swipes second. First stolen base of the night for the Hoots, and they have a runner in scoring position with 2 down. That brings in the right fielder, Davey Pound out of Harris Stowe State. Rolla High School graduate. Started all but one game at Harris Stowe this past fall and spring. Tied for the team lead with 36 hits in 28 games. Playing right field here this evening for the Hoots, batting 8th. Wears the batting glove on only the left hand. Swung on and chopped foul. Mason Palmier trying to work around the 1-out single by Luke Lampros. 2 hits so far for the Hoots, 1 for the Gems, as we play in the top half of inning number 2 here at Carr Shield Field. 0-1 the count on Davey Pound. Palmier went with the breaking ball there and pulled it across his body just a little bit. Count goes to 1-1. Nice Harris Stowe crowd we got here. Lots of cheers for Luke Lampros and now for Davey Pound as well. The 1-1 in there for strike 2.
Good pitch right there to get the second strike right on the corner, Shane.
That's a big,
locating that fastball.
Big pitch there from Palmier. Now he's 1 strike away from getting through 2 scoreless innings. Here comes the 1-2, just off the plate outside. Palmier missed his spot just a little bit, and Braden Spar couldn't quite steal a strike. for his pitcher. And the count goes even to Davy Pound. The 2-2. Check swing in the dirt. Did not go.
Almost did, though. As that was a tough pitch to hold up on. A very good pitch by Palmier on 2-2. Burying it like that, now setting up the full count. He'll have to go back into the zone.
Matt Staker on deck. Should Pound reach base. The 3-2 is upstairs, and a 2-out walk for Davy Pound. First walk surrendered by Palmier. One apiece here in the first inning plus. And that brings in the number 9 hitter and third baseman, Matt Staker, out of Webster University. He hits with runners on first and second and 2 away here in the top of the second.
Good run on the fastball from Palmier, Shane. It's moving arm side pretty nicely, and he was having a really successful season at Missouri Baptist.
As I mentioned, a sub-2.5 ERA and just over 25 innings of work this spring for the right-hander out of Chesterfield. Matt Staker at the plate with a 1-1 count. Runners on first and second. Davy Pound on first. Luke Lampros, a couple of Harris Stowe Hornets on base. The 1-1 is chopped to the left side and foul. Staker at Webster this spring. Started 12 games.
A great program that Webster University has at the Division III level.
Always strong. Always in contention at the national level. The Gorlocks are. And a 1-2 count to Staker. And the El Cajon, California native looks at a ball in the dirt. 2-2. Out of St. Augustine High School. 6 foot, 180-pound junior. Playing third base this evening. Primarily a shortstop at Webster. The 2-2, check swing, and he went. Foul tip. So Palmier gets the strikeout, strands a couple of runners on base. We're through an inning and a half here at Carshield Field in Game 2 of this doubleheader. All knotted up at 0 between the Gems and the Hoots. Just about set for the bottom of the second inning. No score between the Hoots and the Gems. Tyler Bastunas back out there for the Hoots. It'll be 6, 7, and 8 in the Gems lineup. Fogarty, Gentry, and Spar. Tyler Fogarty will get things started and try to get the Gems on the scoreboard as we play here in the bottom of the second. Fogarty, an 0 for 3 day on Wednesday. Looking to get something started here in the bottom of the second against Tyler Bastunas, who worked a scoreless bottom of the first after giving up the 2-out double to Gage Cruz, stranded runners on second and third. Outside corner, 1-1 to the right-handed hitting right fielder out of Chaminade College Prep. And that's on the outside corner, 1-2. The 1-2 to Fogarty. Breaking ball missed just a bit low. Good eye there from Fogarty. Not sure if he just got froze or if he recognized curveball, but either way, it's 2-2. Bastunas working quickly. The 2-2. Swung and belted to left. Sending the left fielder back to the track, to the wall, and that one is out of here. Tyler Fogarty, a solo home run, and the Gems are on top, 1-0. That cleared the bleachers out in left field. And the future Billiken gives the Gems the lead. A 2-run shot off Tyler Bastunas. And that brings in the left fielder, Jacob Gentry. From right here in O'Fallon. He looks to follow up the home run by Tyler Fogarty. His first hit here in the Carl Shield Collegiate League, and it's a big one, a solo homer. Swing and a miss, strike two on Gentry. Gentry at a Central Methodist University. Always a very strong program at the NAIA level. And a 1-2 count to the right-handed hitting Gentry, wearing number 11 for the Gems. Swung on and roped up the middle. That's a base hit. Krogman cuts it off. And a single for Jacob Gentry. Back-to-back hits for the Gems here in the second. A 2-strike hit for Jacob Gentry. That brings in the catcher, Braden Spar, hitting 8th in the Gems lineup this evening, and Staus snatches that one. A fastball got away from Bastunas. St. Louis native Braden Spar out of Valley Park High School. Currently enrolled at Southeast Missouri State. He faces Tyler Bastunas with a runner on first after the base hit by Gentry. Solo home run by Tyler Fogarty. And a 2-0 count to the right-handed swinging Spar. Seeing his first action here in the Carl Shield Collegiate League. And a 1-0 lead for the Gems. There goes Gentry off for second. The throw by Staus is high and goes on into center field. Another stolen base. That one, again, brought to you by the O'Fallon Family YMCA, the Y for Youth Development, Healthy Living, and Social Responsibility. Gentry swipes second and is now in scoring position with nobody out. And that pitch missed for a ball, 3-0 to Braden Spar. Kyle Franklin, the third baseman, on deck. And Bastunas walks him on 4 pitches. 3 straight base runners to begin the second inning for the Gems. First stolen base for Gentry. Each team now with a stolen base this evening. As the third baseman, Kyle Franklin, looks at a strike on the outside corner. Franklin out of Fort Zumwalt West High School, playing his collegiate ball in Mid-America Nazarene in NAIA. Same conference as Central Methodist, the school of Jacob Gentry out there at second. Franklin, a .350 hitter in the shortened season for Mid-American Nazarene here in 2020. A 5'10 junior out of O'Fallon. He hits in a no-ball, two-strike count and swings and misses at a breaking ball. 3-pitch strikeout for Bastunas and a big one for the first out.
You know, Shane, if people want to get involved with the broadcast or with Charlie Bornoff, you know, you guys can comment below and tell us how things are going, and he'll get back to you. Any suggestions of how to improve the broadcast, and on social media, people can reach us at CarShield CL.
As Josh Gibson fouls that one away for strike one. Gibson grounded out to second base his first time up. As that plunks Gibson on the head and almost bounces over the netting behind home plate, and Gibson will reach first, and that'll load the bases for the center fielder, Kylan Cunningham. So Gibson is hit by the pitch, but still, Bastunas can get out of this with one pitch, as Joe Lincoln will have a word with his starter. Bastunas gave up the home run to Tyler Fogarty. And now working with the bases loaded and one away, still one pitch away from getting out of this inning. That's the beauty of baseball. You get yourself into a jam, but all of a sudden you can make one pitch and get yourself out of it.
Which you probably did many times back in your day, towing the rubber.
Oh, I don't want to boost my ego too much.
Shane Holsey, guys, look up his statistics. Video game type numbers on the mound.
That's nothing against Slava, but that's only high school. I had my 1 year of glory. I think that's enough.
And now we're trying to expose and showcase and contribute to anybody's welfare out there in terms of watching their family members have their glory days here at CarShield Field.
That's what you call a segue.
Yeah. Indeed, Shane. As we provide that it's all planned, right? You know, we have it all scripted out.
Oh, yeah. Everything.
Except what happened in the first inning of game number 1 when we had a little malfunction with the camera.
That was not scripted. I apologize if you were tuned in during that time. We had some issues with our streaming software. Well, we got things figured out, and hopefully you're enjoying some CarShield Collegiate League Baseball here on CCL TV, here on YouTube. Bases loaded for Kylan Cunningham. And one away here in the bottom of the second, and a 2-ball, 2-strike count. Now 3-2.
Big opportunity right here, Shane. Nobody out, and the bases full of gems. I mean, one away, but still a huge opportunity with already one run across.
And that pitch misses high to Cunningham, and Bastunas walks in a run to make it 2-0. Gentry comes across to score. He stole a base. And now scores the second run of the ball game for the Gems, and RBI for Kylan Cunningham.
3 free passes this inning for Bastunas, which has led to the runs. A home run, single, and 3 free passes have contributed to the Gems scoring 2 runs in this inning.
And now the powerful Tommy Woods, the designated hitter this evening.
Very powerful, has a ton of strength, and we saw that him playing third, and you can just tell with the way he swings the bat.
You can just tell by the way he moves, too. He's a natural athlete.
Yeah,
built almost like an NFL safety.
And he had a great arm the other day when he was flashing the leather, as he called it. And
I believe one of our commenters, Jeff Schmidt, I believe it was, said something about Woods flashing the leather on Wednesday.
And if anybody watching needs to drop a comment about the player, we will try to get back to you and take any suggestions you may have about the broadcast. But early on here, it's the Gems who are coming out on top first, 2-0.
And a chance to add on in a 3-1 count here to Tommy Woods. Swung on and missed. He had a big rip at it. And the count goes full at 3-2. Another full count here for Tyler Bastunas to contend with. The payoff pitch. Upstairs, he's walked in a couple of runs. Spar comes across to score to make it 3-0 and an RBI for Tommy Woods.
3 straight walks and some impatience probably coming from some of the fans, but it's very understandable with the pitching and the transition to the artificial surface, and you maybe don't get to wear the same cleats you had, and you're in a new atmosphere with a new catcher and haven't thrown in a while. The command is understandably down for some of these guys.
So now Gage Cruz, the first baseman, base is still loaded. Cruz doubled the left his first time up, a ground rule double. And a check swing and a foul as Cruz goes down to a knee. Now an 0-2 count to the left-handed hitting first baseman, Gage Cruz. Infield and double play depth up the middle. Third baseman Franklin slightly in. That's Staker, rather. Swung on and hit up the middle and a diving play and a double play. The pick by Dunham. After Luke Lampros speared it out of the air and Tommy Woods caught in no man's land. And Bastunas gets the unconventional 4-3 double play and the scoop by Dunham at first. And it stays at a 3-0 ball game. The Gems get a couple. 3, in fact, and we head to the top of the third. Will Connerly will take things over for the next 3 innings. You're watching Carl Shield Collegiate League Baseball on CCL TV.
This inning is brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco Recycling has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, and computers and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of St. Louis. If your company has large amounts of scrap, Interco Recycling metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, call Interco Recycling at 877-258-3601 or on the web at www.itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, an electronics recycler since 1996. As that ball is belted into right field by Cusimano, and stand up triple to lead things off. Swinging early on in the count, Dominic Cusimano with a nice double to start things off here in the third inning. So Dominic Cusimano was retired to lead off this game, line out rather, to the third baseman, but leads off now with a runner in scoring position for the Hoots, who trail by 3 runs here in the top of the third. Chase Krogman swinging it from the left side, powerful center fielder. That ball, curveball, slow bender, getting over for strike. So no balls and a strike. They start off the powerful Krogman with a curveball. Krogman playing some professional baseball. Highly touted prospect out of St. Louis. Swinging it from the left side for Joe Lincoln. And the O'Fallon Hoots. And the delivery is a little inside. Krogman takes it. A ball and a strike here with no away as Dominic Cusimano led off this inning with a double. The hitter on deck is Matt Dunham. Was set down on strikes last time up in the hole is Colin Bergman, who grounded out to end the first inning here in the top of the third. Hoots looking to grab some runs back, cut into that deficit. A low strike called on Krogman. He doesn't like it, but Palmier steals one. A ball and 2 strikes. Palmier delivers. That ball's inside and it nicks Krogman. So Cusimano will have to head back to second base as the ball is dead. The hit by pitch. We've seen a lot of hit by pitches recently here in the Car Shield Collegiate League. There's been a little activity in the bullpen, maybe a call to it. We'll see as Mason Palmier is working with runners on first and second here in the top of the third inning and nobody out. So Matt Dunham awaits to come to the box. Mason Palmier being talked to, and Matt Dunham looking to do some damage at the plate. So was set down on strikes last time. And Joe Lincoln's squad, who led up a 3 spot in the bottom frame of the second inning, looking to take some runs back. The Hoots have 3 hits tonight, but no runs here in the top of the third. Spar and Palmier get on the same page after a visit from Paulson of the Hoots, the head coach for Paulson of the Gems, rather, the head coach for the Gems. The Hoots coach Joe Lincoln at third base, who had a word with Dunham, and now he comes to the dish, swinging it from the left side. The former Jeffco product, now committed to SLU. Runners on first and second here in the top of the third. 3-0 Gems lead. Strike called a little high. But these zones have been expanding. So 0-1 count as Palmier gets the sign from Spar. Runner on second is Cusimano. Runner at first is Krogman. And Dunham is in the box. It's a 0-1 count. Nobody down as Palmier comes set. Delivers the pitch. That ball's popped up into left field. Under it is Gentry, who catches it for the first out. Gentry puts the glove up in the air and corrals that one in for the first out here in the top of the third inning. And now Colin Bergman will come to the plate with runners still on first and second. Bergman grounded out to end the first inning. Bergman, a St. Louis product, very talented player. A ton of talent in this league, if we haven't highlighted it enough for you guys. Great local products all on the field as that ball is fouled back to the screen, who've been able to showcase their talents and what they've been doing at a time when baseball has been taken away, a very unique situation. But fans have gathered here, and they're excited to see baseball. This game was almost sold out, so if you are watching and you want to make it a Car Shield field, you can do that by purchasing tickets, FallonHoots.com/schedule, or come buy some tickets at the box office on game day as the strike is called on the outside corner. So an 0-2 count as Palmier looks to put Bergman away, the left fielder for the Hoots. Palmier steps off, wants to recalibrate. Cusimano, the runner at second. Krogman, the runner at first. with one away. Palmier comes set and delivers the pitch. It's fouled away to the right side, so we'll do the 0-2 offering again. A great night for baseball. As we were mentioning, if you want to come out to a game, it's an easy process. The tickets are cheap, $5 Frenzy Days for those afternoon games, $12 for these night games, and you usually will get to see a pair, a doubleheader, when you come to the ballpark with 6 teams playing 30 games each, 90 games happening. As Josh Gibson catches the ball in that Bermuda Triangle between Gibson, Cruz, and Fogarty, the right fielder, first baseman, and second baseman. But ultimately, Gibson catches that ball that popped up in the air for a while. And now Ty Stouse swinging it from the left side. You have the Stouse brothers and also the Woods brothers in this league, couple of relations, so nice to see the family getting involved and coming together with some baseball on different teams as well. As Palmier comes set, he has 2 outs and 2 on, and Bergman getting ready to swipe third base. As the ball was in the dirt, and he was able to go. Palmier's wild pitch as he spiked the fastball allowed Cusimano to advance to second base, but the speedy Krogman at first. So runners at the corners. A ball and no strikes, 2 down to Ty Stouse, the backstop. That is called for a strike. Good running action on that fastball from number 20 of the Gems, Mason Palmier.
Stouse backed away from that one, ended up right down the middle, an indication of the arm side run on that fastball by Palmier.
Good ASR from Palmier, good velocity as well. That's up and swung through that high fastball for Stouse. So now he's in a 1-ball, 2-strike hole with 2 down. Awaiting next inning is Lane Baremore, Fogarty, and Gentry for the Gems, who lead 3-0, looking to improve to 2-0 and keep their unblemished record early on into this season. That ball is popped away, a foul, so we'll do the 1-2 offering one more time with 2 away here. Runners at the corners as Palmier's working with Spar. But Ty Stouse, the SEMO commit, we'll see what he can do at the plate. Hoots trail by 3 runs. Trying to get one across here. Krogman goes, but Stouse swings and misses, and the inning is over. 3-0 still as we send it to the bottom frame of the 3rd inning. Gems 3, Hoots 0. Lane Baremore, Tyler Fogarty, Jacob Gentry, 3 up for the Gems, who lead 3-0 here in the bottom of the third inning. Tyler Fogarty, which we were saying, hit a home run last time up at the plate in the second inning to get the scoring started for the Gems. Can they add on to their 3-0 lead here? Baremore swinging at the first pitch, hit up the middle. Cusimano throws it over to first to Dunham, but it comes off the bag. The throw caused Dunham to come off the bag, so Baremore will reach on an air to start off this inning. Here at the bottom of the third inning, Gems, Lane Baremore, the shortstop, reaches via the E6. Tyler Fogarty now in the box. Hit a home run last time. That pitch gets through, goes between the legs of Stouse, so that will advance Baremore to second base. Now a runner in scoring position with nobody out for the Gems, who lead 3-0 here. Fireworks going on in right center. Getting ready for the holidays, Shane, is 4th of July on the horizon. Fireworks, as there's an off day tomorrow in the Car Shield Collegiate League, but the doubleheader action back on Sunday. And this game has fireworks after as well, but fireworks going around the city, around the town for the last couple of weeks, Shane, and getting ready for the 4th of July.
Just about T-minus 3 hours officially from the 4th of July, falling on a Saturday this year.
That ball is belted to left field. Hits off the top of the wall. One run's going to score in Baremore. And an absolute missile double to left field by Jacob Gentry, who's 2 for 2 with a double and a single. Fogarty, who's 2 for 2 with a home run and a double. Got a little ahead of myself there, Shane. When you're talking about the 4th of July,
hey,
it happens. I was getting ahead of myself.
It happens.
But Fogarty almost had himself another home run, Shane. But now we have Jacob Gentry in the box, and we also have a 4-0 lead for the Gems. That ball's rifled to the right field, out of play. Way past the right field line. And Jacob Gentry, the left fielder. But Fogarty almost had himself another home run, having a great night. Hit a home run in the second inning. And now he's on second base after a near home run. Here in the bottom of the third inning, Gems now extend their lead to 4-0. Working against Bastunas. The pitch is missed upstairs, so 2 balls and a strike to number 11, Jacob Gentry. Braden Spar, the hitter on deck. Bastunas with the delivery, called strike right down central. Jacob Gentry in the box. Where's number 11? Plays left field. And Bastunas looking to work out of some trouble with a runner on second and nobody out. Gems have already plated a run in this inning, which started with Lane Baremore reaching on an air. And then the double from Fogarty brought Baremore home. And now Gentry is in the box with a 2-ball, 2-strike count. Bastunas takes a look at Fogarty and delivers the pitch to Gentry. And he got Gentry swinging after the throw down to first. Stouse throws it to Dunham. And a great breaking ball to get Gentry for the first out of this inning. But now Braden Spar comes into the box. And we still see the fireworks in the background. And the 4th of July, you talked about T-minus until we see pretty quickly here the holidays. What are your thoughts on the 4th of July, Shane?
Always a good time. We're having a little get-together, doing some little barbecue, some fireworks, you know, the typical 4th of July stuff just in the neighborhood. But I'm definitely looking forward to it. We're off tomorrow, but back here on Sunday. But in the meantime, we hope you enjoy your 4th of July weekend, and most of all, hope you stay safe and stay healthy over this weekend. And enjoy yourself. It's a holiday. Have some fun, but be safe.
Definitely, we wish you and yours a wonderful 4th of July, a great holiday for everybody to just celebrate. And what better way to celebrate it? I mean, maybe you have an answer, but what better way to celebrate it than some baseball this evening, this baseball on Sunday? It's just a great time as the Hoots make a call to the bullpen. Number 19, Brady Walker, University of Central Arkansas. Tyler Cleveland, University of Central Arkansas, also pitched the first night. So a couple of the University of Central Arkansas arms on the staff for Joe Lincoln. Brady Walker getting loose, the left-hander. Features a fastball, changeup, and curveball as he's working here. Bastunas eventually knocked out of this game here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Went 2 1/3 before getting pulled, and now they give the call to the left-hander. And Mason Palmier had a nice night for the Gems. He only allowed 3 hits and no runs through 3 frames, but he was impressive tonight on the mound, having some pretty good command, and if he did get in some trouble, he didn't let it tumble away, and only scattered 3 hits and no runs against this Hoots lineup that's faced some tough pitching these first couple of nights, and they trail 4-0 here at Car Shield Field in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Gems are the home team here in the bottom of the 3rd inning, but here in the Car Shield Collegiate League, all the teams will be equally distributed. Home and away games between the 6 teams, the Hoots, the Gems, Cavemen, Cornbelters, Falcons, and Eagles. Each team playing 30 games in this 90-game marathon sprint as they take some complications as the music was still playing, but they ultimately turn it off to get play back going. The only other music is those fireworks in the background as we're back and ready to play again with 1 out and 2 on. Spar is the hitter. Brady Walker is the pitcher, coming in to relieve Tyler Bastunas. So the lefty working from the first base side of the rubber. A ball and no strikes, 1 down to Spar, who rips it into left field and is going to send him home. A strong throw, but it's overthrown. Backing up was Walker, but that will come around to score Fogarty. So Fogarty has 2 runs scored on the evening, and Spar had a missile to left field and advances on the throw home from Bergman. Bergman's throw was strong, and it looked like Fogarty would have been out if that throw was just a little down, but it sails over Stouse's head. Walker was there to back him up as that pitch is missed a little upstairs, but the move to send him paid off as Fogarty scores the run, and now the lead is 5-0 for the home Gems here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. So 3 runs plated in the 2nd, and already 2 here in the bottom of the 3rd, and a stolen base timed him up with Spar. And our stolen bases are brought to you by the O'Fallon Family YMCA. The Y for youth development, healthy living, and social responsibility. Spar just timed that one up on Walker, and that one's fouled back to the backstop. Kyle Franklin, the 3rd baseman, in the box. Kyle Franklin struck out in the 2nd inning. The 2nd inning, a nice inning for the Gems. They plated 3 runs, 2 across here in the 3rd. 1 down and a runner at third base is Spar, but swung on and missed for strike 3. A key strikeout for Walker as the infield was in. As they Hoots really don't want to allow another run. But now with 2 outs, they go back to normal positioning. And Josh Gibson comes to the dish. So a couple of strikeouts for Franklin. We flip it back to the top of the lineup. The leadoff hitter, Josh Gibson, reached on a walk in the second inning. That pitch is missed upstairs.
A little bit of trivia for you. Josh Gibson and Tommy Woods, actually cousins. We just got a message from Josh Gibson's grandfather on the YouTube stream. Thank you for watching. So, along with a pair of brothers that we have in this league, a couple of cousins playing on the same team as well.
So the trivia, what's the trivia question then?
That's just a bit of trivia.
A bit of trivial information. That we get to tell the audience. So thank you for providing that for us as that's foul back to the backstop. The Gems looking strong early on this season. Had a victory in their first time out. 8-3 over the Eagles, and now up 5-0 in the bottom of the third inning. Once again, Shane, Gibson gets hit.
Second straight time he's been hit by a pitch.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, I think he was hit a couple of times yesterday. And but runners on first and third with 2 down. And now Kylan Cunningham comes to the box. Walker takes a look over at the runner Gibson on first base.
If you see those fireworks beyond right center field, that's not the fireworks show we were talking about. That's just the subdivisions beyond the center field fence. Having a little 4th of July celebration.
Walker, the southpaw, comes set, takes another look over at Gibson. So Spar's at third base and Gibson's at first. Runners at the corners with 2 away. The two outs came via the strikeout. That strike is called. As Joe Lincoln decided to go to the bullpen here this inning. To relieve Bastunas was Walker. Bastunas went 2 1/3. And now Walker out on the mound. And the runner is off, and Gibson, who swipes second base. And that stolen base once again brought to you by the O'Fallon Family YMCA. The Y for youth development, healthy living, and social responsibility. A ball and 2 strikes, 2 away to the left-handed hitting Kylan Cunningham with the Gems on top 5-0. They won last time out 8-3 over the Eagles and having a nice night here in the bottom of the third inning. 2 away, but 2 runners in scoring position as well. This ball's hit to the right side, thrown over to first to Dunham. And that will end the third inning. We send it to the fourth, 5-0 Gems. You're watching Car Show Collegiate League TV. This inning is brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, and computers and electronics since 1996. This company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. If your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, call Interco Recycling at 877-258-3601 or on the web at www.itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a electronics recycler since 1996. New arm in the ballgame, Nick Wilkie.
Nick Wilkie out of Wentzville Holt High School, 6'4", 230 pounds, Forestell, Missouri native. Big, strong kid at the plate. Once hit 3 homers in a game in high school, but taking the mound here, does some pitching as well.
Luke Lampro sounds like a fan favorite tonight.
And a shout out to Gina and Jeff Wilkie. I'm sure they're watching. Nick's parents, if they're not here, probably here at the ballpark.
This is the first offering from Wilkie. The big right-hander is fouled away. The 0-1 pitch almost went around. They check it. They say he didn't, so a ball and a strike. Wilkie features a pretty nice fastball.
Comes straight over the top.
And good demeanor as he's ready to pitch. Likes to work quick. That pitch is missed away.
And a fun fact about Wilkie, he's an avid duck hunter. Loves to get up early in the morning and go out duck hunting. If you haven't tried some of the duck that he cooks, boy, it's delicious.
Everybody who's watching the broadcast, if they want to know about the 6'4", 230-pound right-hander and his pitching abilities, you may not want to know, but what he can do in terms of hunting, Shane Holsey has got you covered in the 3-ball, 1-strike count as Wilkie delivers and issues a bases on balls to Lampros to lead off the top of the 4th inning. With a free pass issued, now Jamie Young, the designated hitter, comes up. Swings it from the right side. Virtually no lead at first base from Lampros. Gets a little off now, being held on by Cruz, and a healthy hack by Young swung through the first fastball that was offered, so 0-1 count. Wilkie gets ahead, challenging with the fastball early in the count. The hitter on deck is Davey Pound, the right fielder. The 0-1 missed upstairs, so a ball and a strike. Here in beautiful Car Shield Field. 5-0, the Gems lead. Hoots looking for some offense. Have just got 3 runs across tonight. And they only scored 2 runs against the Corn Belters, and those runs were in the first inning. So that 9 innings they haven't
nine straight
scored.
Innings.
I saw you looking.
I was doing the math in my head.
I looked over to you, and when people look up, typically they're thinking, and so I thought that's what you were doing, but I had to be a little quicker to the punch.
Trying to add up the innings in my head.
The runner takes off. Thrown down by Spar, goes into center field. And I mentioned Lampros had a short lead the first couple pitches, but extended it, and eventually took off, and he gets to second base, but Young gets set down on strikes. That's Stolen Bases brought to you by the O'Fallon Family YMCA, the Y, for youth development, healthy living, and social responsibility. So here, top of the 4th inning, Hoots looking to get some offense going. Now a runner in scoring position for Matt Staker. Staker playing third base today, struck out back in the second inning. Davey Pound, rather, at the box, and Staker on deck. Keep getting ahead of myself with a runner on second base. In Luke Lampros. So the inning started off with the walk, and Lampros stole second base. Young struck out, and Lampros advanced on the stolen base. The strikeout and stolen base happened at the same time. And then Davey Pound stepped into the box, and he takes the first pitch for a ball and no strikes. One down and one on in scoring position. Lampros, the runner at second. And Staker, the hitter on deck. So 2 balls, no strikes. 1 away as these Hoots fans are looking for some runs. They scored 2 runs in the first inning in their debut for the O'Fallon Hoots. The opening night debut. 2 runs, but then they ultimately fell 3-2 by surrendering a couple of runs to the Corn Belters in that final inning. Corn Belters won that game, and now the Hoots have been held scoreless for the first 3 frames in this one as we sit in the top of the 4th inning. The Hoots at the plate have scattered 3 hits this evening. But now a 3-ball, no strike count as Wilkie has lost a little control against Pound here in this at-bat.
Struggling to get on top of that fastball. Most of his pitches missing up. Letting that elbow drop a little bit, maybe collapsing on that front leg a little bit.
That pitch is in for a strike. So 3 balls and a strike, 1 down. Joe Lincoln's squad looking to produce some offense against the relief pitcher, Nick Wilkie. That pitch is missed upstairs, and it gets past the catcher Spar. So advancing to third base is Lampros on the bases on balls. The second free pass issued by Wilkie. And now Staker will come to the plate.
Still just 1 pitch away from getting out of this inning. That's the beauty of pitching. Wilkie surrendered a couple walks, but he can keep the Hoots off the scoreboard if he can roll a double play here. Very slick fielding middle infield with Barrymore and Gibson.
That's what they always tell you. 1 away. 1 away, kid.
One pitch away.
Whenever you're on the mound, you got a runner on first in the double play position. That pitch is missed upstairs, and you have 1 out. Then, yeah, you are technically 1 away. And that typically has to be the mentality you have to have, because these type of situations will come up where maybe you do lose control, but to let it not snowball, that mentality of, okay, 1 away, 1 pitch at a time here, can definitely bode well for success. As that pitch is missed upstairs, 2 balls and no strikes with 1 out. And runners at the corners. Wilkie comes set, delivers the off-speed pitch that bends into the strike zone. Nice changeup featured from the right arm of Wilkie there.
And a lot of times that off-speed pitch can be used to get a pitcher back into rhythm. If you're struggling to locate the fastball, drop an off-speed pitch in there, get your mechanics right, and get back to work.
It's an excellent point that you make. And
there's a good fastball.
It serves well right there. Especially when you aren't feeling right with your fastball. And the catcher does a great job to mention that and change things up. Runners at the corners. 1 away. Hitter in the box is Staker. Wilkie comes set. Misses upstairs. So 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 away. Runners at the corners. Dominic Cusimano on deck.
If you're Staker, you almost sit on off speed here. Wilkie's struggling to locate the fastball. Wonder if he has the confidence to go to it on 3-2.
Wilkie delivers, and that fastball is fouled away. He's had decent command of the off-speed pitch here, but the thing is, when you fall behind in counts, those are typically fastball counts for pitchers and hitters, so you can't typically always throw that breaking pitch, but like you mentioned, he got back into the count with it, so big pitch coming up on 3 balls and 2 strikes. He throws the off-speed pitch and got him 3-2. Oh, big strikeout there from Wilkie. So now 2 away with runners at the corners. Nice job to, hey, I struggled. I walked a couple of guys that inning. That's what he's thinking, but gets back into it with throwing a couple of off-speed pitches for strikes, getting the strikeout, gaining some confidence, and now has an opportunity to strand 2 of the walks that he issued earlier in the inning with 2 outs. Now he throws another breaking ball to get it over for a strike. He features a nice changeup that runs to the arm side, and then he just got on top of that breaking ball that drops down and bends down into the strike zone to get ahead. No balls and 1 strike to the left-handed hitting Dominic Cusimano. 2 outs as the 0-1 pitch is fouled back. Now 1 pitch away from getting out of this inning untouched by runs as Lincoln had this inning start off with a walk. You thought they maybe could get some offense going. They've been held scoreless in 9 straight innings. But Wilkie comes up with a couple strikeouts, and he's 1 strike away from retiring the side on strikeouts. The 0-2 pitch from Wilkie. That ball's popped up into left field. And Gentry catches it for the 3rd out. So we send it to the bottom of the 4th inning. You're watching Car Show Collegiate League TV. Gems up 5-0. Welcome back to Car Shield Field. Gems up 5-0 here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Tommy Woods to lead off this bottom of the 4th inning. Back out for another inning of work is Hoots left-hander Brady Walker. Throws a breaking ball as Tommy Woods swings through it for the first strike of this at-bat. So 0-1. Pitch coming up. Tommy Woods walked back in the 2nd inning. As another breaking pitch missed upstairs, so a ball and a strike to the powerful Tommy Woods. Was a commit to Missouri State, went to McClure North High School, and spent some time at Jefferson College as he fouls it out to the right side. A ball and 2 strikes. And he's great on both sides, the offensive and defensive side. Playing designated hitter tonight for Paulson's Gems. Justin Paulson, assistant coach at Maryville University. Strike 3 as the breaking ball gets Tommy Woods looking. Walker, the southpaw, features a nice breaking ball. And it backdoored Tommy Woods. Bends right back into the strike zone. Now Gage Cruz comes up, double back in the 1st inning. Gage Cruz features some power from the left side. We saw him hit a home run the other day. 5-0, Gems on top. Looking to extend their lead here in the bottom of the fourth inning. Walker gets that pitch over for a strike. Walker features a nice breaking ball as a left-hander, and especially facing a left-hander like Cruz, he might want to hit. But this fastball down and away is sawed off to the left side, foul and out of play. So the 0-2 pitch waits us here with one out. The 0-2. That one's popped up to the left side. Could be out of play, and it is. And Gage Cruz needs a new piece of lumber, it looks like, as the bat was cracked on that foul ball.
There's a very distinct sound. Hitters don't even need to look down at the bat. They know that certain sound it makes, and even if it's chipped just a little bit, you can tell. Then if it's chipped, the very next swing or the one after that is likely going to break it. So new piece of lumber for Mr. Cruz, and an 0-2 count.
The 0-2 pitch from Walker. Swung on and missed. Another strikeout, back-to-back Ks. One looking, one swinging. And now with 2 outs, that brings up the shortstop, Lane Baremore, the Quincy University product. But now he's taking his talents to Three Rivers Community College, transferring from Quincy University. Swinging it from the right side. Belts this one into left field. We'll get a single out of it. So Lane Baremore reaches base. He reached on an error in the third inning. Now gets himself a single.
Quick hands there by Baremore, turning on that inside fastball. Got around on it, squared it up nicely.
Great job by Baremore to find a way on base for Fogarty. Because when Fogarty's come up to the plate tonight, great things have happened. Had a home run in the second and a double in the third. Near home run. Was feet away from a home run, just a few feet away. As the powerful right-hander's now in the box, offering some power towards the bottom of this lineup from Justin Paulson, as that breaking pitch is thrown as a get-me-over for strike number one. So the 0-1 pitch with a couple outs, both came via the strikeout from Walker, looking for the third one. The 0-1 count. That changeup is missed. Threw it arm side, and it was outside, taken by the right-handed hitter, Tyler Fogarty. A ball and a strike, 2 outs. Lane Baremore at first, taking the lead, being held on by Dunham, and the pitch is low in the dirt, but Stouse does a good job to block it. Now the fireworks are really picking up in the back.
I think that's the finale.
That might be. A lot of fireworks were canceled around town and for communities. I know those are big events. A lot of times have been canceled due to the ongoing events that have happened here in our nation and across the world, as the ball number 3 is thrown from Walker. So 3 balls and a strike and a couple away. The southpaw comes set and delivers here on the 3-1. It's missed low and inside, so that will pass the baton on now to Jacob Gentry, who singled in the second and struck out in the third inning. Gentry plays at Central Methodist. Local product, as many of these players are. I feel like it's more important if they aren't a local product when we introduce these players. We're still learning here. It's just the third day for us as well, as this ball's hit to the right side. Sliding play by Dunham and getting to the bag at first. Nice job to go cover the bag is Walker. And a good sliding play by Dunham to end the fourth inning. We send it to the fifth, 5-0 Gems. You're watching CarShield Collegiate League TV. Chase Krogman, Matt Dunham, and Colin Bergman will try to start and get some offense going for the Hoots, who have been held scoreless in 10 straight innings. They scored a couple runs to start off things on opening night against the Corn Belters, but then fell 3-2. Those 2 runs were the only they had, and they've only scattered 3 hits here through 4 innings. We're now in the top of the 5th. As Lemcool toes the rubber, the left-hander gets the call to the bullpen. Lemcool, a 5'11", 160-pound left-hander, originally from West Palm Beach, Florida. Went to Forest Hills High School there in West Palm Beach. Was just spending some time at Missouri Baptist. Was a freshman this past spring. First pitch taken for a ball against Chase Krogman, who steps into the box. The left-hander with an open stance takes that pitch upstairs for ball 2, 2-0 the count. To number 5, the center fielder Chase Krogman. Chase Krogman made a heck of a play in late innings, and it looked like it could have served as really great opportunity for the Hoots to seal that victory. He gunned down a runner at third base when the ball got skipped into the outfield to showcase his strong arm. Can get above 90 miles per hour off the mound, so you know he's very successful with his arm in the outfield. That ball's fouled to the right side. And it was cool to see that tool. Typically when you're a part of the Major League Draft, you have more than just one tool. You have throw, arm strength, you can hit for power, you can hit for average, and that's what the 2-hole for Chase Krogman is doing. For Joe Lincoln, hitting second in this lineup, behind Dominic Cusimano with a 3-hole on deck is Matt Dunham, the first baseman. 2-ball, 2-strike count as Krogman pops this one up. Under it is Cruz, the first baseman. Then Gibson comes over it. Then there was a little miscommunication, and it comes down, and it drops. As it looked like Cruz may have had it, then Gibson called him off, and then it comes down and hits off Gibson's glove and goes to the turf. So Krogman eventually gets on by the E4, the error on the second baseman, Gibson, And that brings up Matt Dunham. Chase Krugman now on first, Dunham in the box, and this could be the start to the inning that the Hoots need to get back into the game, trailing by 5 runs here in the top of the 5th. New pitcher Lemkool comes set and gets a nice breaker in for a strike 1. Lemkool in relief, looking to hold on and keep this 5-run cushion for the Gems. Krugman takes a lead as the southpaw takes a look over at first and delivers the pitch. Another breaking ball, this time missed a little low and out of the strike zone. Lemkool going to that breaking ball a couple of times as he's facing the meat of this order. Krugman, Dunham, and Bergman starting off this inning. Krugman gets on first base via the E4, and now Dunham in the box with a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Lemkool looks over and delivers. And the breaking ball once again missed outside. 3 straight breaking balls to Matt Dunham, the 3-hole. But now he's in a hitter's count. We'll see if he goes back to it. The hitter on deck is Colin Bergman. And Joe Lincoln looking for his squad to plate some runs here in the top of the 5th with the leadoff runner Chase Krugman getting on via the air. This ball's chopped off and foul out of play to the right side. This Dunham gets another chance. More action for you coming this week, all season long. On Sunday, Corn Belters and Gems. That game starts at 5:30, and then Cavemen and Hoots after that. So your O'Fallon Hoots again playing the nightcap, the second half of those doubleheaders typically on all these dates here at Car Shield Field. But action all throughout the week. Sunday again, it's Corn Belters and Gems, and then Cavemen and Hoots. So those should be some great games again, starting at 5:30 in a doubleheader. And Monday, get into the game for just $5 as Dunham swings through the breaking pitch and takes a walk back to the dugout. So Lemkool went to the breaking ball consistently throughout that at-bat, and ultimately that's the pitch that retires Dunham swinging. So 1 away, and the runner at first, Krugman, who reached via air, stays put. Colin Bergman, the left fielder, now comes to the box 0 for 2 this evening. But talk about a deal getting to the ballpark for just $5, $5 frenzy. Falcons at Gems on Monday at 12 o'clock. That ball's popped up to the left side. Barrymore, the shortstop, is under it. And that one is corralled. So Bergman pops up to the shortstop. Lane Barrymore catches it. And now Ty Stouts will come to the plate. Ty Stouts signed to play baseball at SEMO. Settles into the box. Left-hander holds the bat. Right on his shoulder with an open stance. And Lemkool, the left-hander, will work against him. The runner goes, and Stouts fouls this one off to the right side. The runner in motion was Chase Krugman.
I think he had that base stolen. If Stouts doesn't swing at that, Krugman got a great jump.
Looking to get the runners going, looking to see if the Hoots can provide some offense here for the members here in O'Fallon and St. Charles County, who came out. The night started off the second, or at least this game started off with a great performance from Charles Glenn as that curveball's in the dirt, good block by Braden Spar, and the SEMO commit does a good job of being a wall back there and keeping Chase Krugman from going to scoring position. A ball and a strike and 2 outs. The inning started off with Krugman reaching on the air. Dunham struck out on a breaking ball, and Bergman popped out to Lane Baremore, the shortstop. Now Stouse is in the box, and he rips this one up, but Baremore will step on second, and he said, I want 4 outs, and throws it over to first. And he puts up the sign 4. He says, I got 4, but it doesn't count. 5-0 as we send it to the bottom of the 5th inning here on CarShield Collegiate League TV. Braden Spar will now lead things off for the Gems, who have a 5-0 lead here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Shane Holsey, Will Connerly here with you on CarShield Collegiate League TV, but also a thanks to Charlie Bornoff, who's been producing for us here in the press box at CarShield Field. As that pitch is fouled away by Spar. Braden Spar, the catcher, Simo commit in the box. Walked in the 2nd inning. And singled in the 3rd inning here in the bottom of the 5th inning, his 3rd at-bat of the night. As that pitch is grounded to the left side, Cusimano fields it, but the throw is low. Dunham can't scoop it, and it looks like Spar will take an extra bag, so the E6 allows Spar to get on base and take another bag. Go to second in scoring position. The inning starts off. And Kyle Franklin will now come into the box, wearing number 22, playing third base for Justin Paulson's Gems. Here in the bottom of the 5th inning, the home team, the Gems, scored 3 runs in the 2nd and 2 in the 3rd for their 5 runs. Were held scoreless in the 1st and the 4th, but now here in the 5th, Spar, the runner at second base, reached on the air, has an opportunity to extend on this 5-0 lead.
And if you're Brady Walker, you got to find a way to pick up your defense here and get out of this and keep the lead at 5 and give your offense a chance. Don't want to let this game get too far away. Still a lot of game left. And as we've seen, anything can happen in the late innings of these ball games.
Anything can happen. In any inning, any time, especially when Shane Holsey's bringing you the game. So, well, a ball and a strike. And especially here at CarShield Field, and especially in 2020. And that's been evidence for you as the left-hander.
That is a 100% fact.
The ball is popped up and out of play. And it is, and I think that it's interesting because they say to expect the unexpected, but I think there was a complete shift in that thinking when the year 2020 came, because so much changed and the unexpected reached new definitions for a lot of phases of people's lives. And so we can apply that to the baseball field as well, things we experience in everyday life.
2020 brought a whole new meaning to that phrase. Expect the unexpected.
And that ball's hit into left field. Bergman comes under it and will catch it for the first out of this inning. Spar reached on the air, and Franklin gets retired on the F7. Now Josh Gibson, the second baseman, comes up to the plate. And Joe Lincoln will take a walk to the mound and will be taking a call to the bullpen. We'll tell you all about the relief pitcher next on CarShield Collegiate League TV. New pitcher on the mound, Sam Stewart, now into the game. Wears number 21 for Joe Lincoln and the O'Fallon Hoots. Sam Stewart is a right-handed pitcher who plays at Maryville University. 6 foot, 190 pounds. Played at Western Kentucky prior to Maryville. And now comes in with a runner on second and one away. First pitch is a strike to the second baseman, Josh Gibson.
See if Gibson can avoid the beanball here. He's been plunked twice in a row.
That pitch missed away for a ball and a strike. One away and one on. Stewart. His primary off-speed pitch is the breaking ball. Takes a look at the runner and delivers. That breaking ball missed a little outside.
Big sweeping breaking ball.
A lot of movement on it.
Unlike the tight sliders we've seen from Kostichak and the like, this is a big sweeping overhand curveball.
We saw some good pitchers today, just these past couple of days we have, as that pitch is upstairs and swung through for a strike. 2 balls, 2 strikes. You saw Gordon, who they said was sitting 94 to 96. Kostichak. And then at the end, a left-hander, Henderson, 94 to 96. There's been some great upper echelon arms being featured here early on in the Car Shield Collegiate League. And I would guess that many more are on the horizon coming up to play in this league, some that may not even be on the roster yet. As addition, a lot of pitchers may not be ready. Speaking from experience as a pitcher, I know you may not feel comfortable to get on a mound yet until you've thrown a couple bullpens, been in a few sessions, and you've been long tossing to condition your arm to be able to take the rigors of not just a 30-pitch bullpen, but the stress of pitching in a game and all the warm-up pitches and everything that goes with it. But we have seen incredible pitching so far. And we have seen our doses of home runs and offense as well in this Wood Bat League, as this ball is fouled away to the left side. In this league, if you know about it, it's because it was just created. And if you don't know about it, it's because it was just created. So either way, we appreciate the support. And this league that just gets created kind of out of necessity after the Prospect League was canceled. And so obviously there's not a ton of history we get into about this league, but a strike three on the corner, rung up on strikes is Gibson, the outside fastball painted. But what we talk about is the history of this league is really being created right now. There was no league before this one. So when you start a league, you create the players and the teams and everything to go with it, and the fans who are a huge part, the support from the community, from the players, and especially in the time that we're in with maintaining safety. It's been a great time to learn about baseball and to learn about also just the things that we have here in our life and the opportunity that you have to provide this entertainment to those folks around us, because like you said, there was an opportunity to be had here in O'Fallon to have baseball done in a very safe manner. So we appreciate all the support. It couldn't be done without the fans, but Kylan Cunningham gets hit by the breaking ball. We talked about how much it moved, but it moved right into the midsection of Kylan Cunningham, and he gets on base now. Runners on first and second with 2 away.
No matter if that's a breaking ball or a fastball, it doesn't feel good. And back to your point about putting this league together and the support we've gotten, we can't thank the fans enough. That's the reason we're here. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the fans. I know that's kind of cliche, but it really, really is true. Could not do it without the support of you guys watching and those here at the ballpark.
And we hope all you folks at home will have a wonderful 4th of July, a great holiday. We kind of talked about it earlier, but a great time to spend time with your loved ones, your families, and your friends. And I know typically they say people like barbecuing or something on that day. I don't. So
that's what I've heard.
Whatever fancies you, we hope that it goes well for you, and however you choose to spend your time, we just appreciate you watching us now or watching back on replay. I think that's one cool thing about this going live on YouTube and creating this platform is some of the players can go back and watch.
Absolutely.
Watch, if you're a pitcher, watch how you did. If you're a hitter, go watch your at-bats and see. If you're literally anybody, go back and watch. But we see some of the players posting some of their highlights. Look at this home run, look at this. And so it's an opportunity to go back, reflect, review. And that's kind of how you can get better, by breaking down what you did and learning from it in a very intense season. I know video is a huge component, right, of players getting better. But this is not really that type of video in the regard for mechanics, because a lot of times you have multiple camera angles, or college coaches will have that. And we don't provide that for you, as there's another hit by pitch for Woods. So Woods will get on base. Back-to-back hit by pitches has complicated things for the Hoots, who do trail by 5 runs here in the bottom of the 5th inning.
And like you said, this is we'll be the first to tell you, this isn't the highest level broadcast you're ever going to see. This isn't ESPN. This isn't MLB Network. But we're providing baseball for you. We're watching some baseball, talking about it, and just providing it for you guys the fans. That's the reason we're here.
Yeah, and we want to provide it in the most accurate way possible. So if we do, and we honestly could, because this just started, if we do get a name wrong.
It's happened already.
It already has. If we get a name wrong, if we get a school wrong, a player wrong, we won't take any offense. We actually hope people will let us know that we're doing this wrong, because we're committed to accuracy. And the only thing that hasn't been accurate is when you talk about Nick Wilkie. We have to go back to that. You talked about you hadn't tried any of that food yet, but you talk about it. But other than that,
I never said I've had it. I just said it's delicious. I never said I had it.
As Stewart gets a swing and a miss by Gage Cruz. For fans who don't know what we're talking about at all, Wilkie
somebody
came into the game.
Tuned in and have no idea what we're talking about.
But relief pitcher Nick Wilkie came in for the Gems, and Shane gave us a fun little trivial fact, and we've had some good trivial facts on this broadcast tonight. He said he had good duck, right?
Yep.
And so, but then we found out during break that Shane Holsey has never had that duck. So I thought that was interesting. But other than that, I think we're absolutely committed to integrity. That's one of the journalists.
Guilty as charged.
That's one of the journalism values, is to seek the truth and report it. So,
in my defense, never said I had it. Just said it was delicious. I'm going to leave it at that.
If you have to defend yourself, there's something wrong.
Yeah, you got a point there.
3 balls and 2 strikes, 2 away, and the bases is full of gems. The bases are full of gems. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs as the left-handed hitter Gage Cruz is at the plate. Swung on and missed. Stewart works out of it, and the Gems strand the bases loaded. We send it to the 6th inning, and we send you to the beautiful pipes of Shane Holsey next on Carshield Collegiate League TV.
A reminder, this inning is brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. If your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, call Interco Recycling at 1-877-258-3601 or on the web at itcscrap.com. That's 1-877-258-3601 or itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Metaltronics recycler since 1996. Thank you, Will Connerly, for the fantastic introduction. One of the greatest I've ever heard. I appreciate it. And a new pitcher on the mound for the Gems is the right-hander, number 28, Alex Williams. Last time you saw him, he was wearing number 33. Two number 33s on this team. He and Sieglitz both wear number 33, Josh Sieglitz. But Williams got a new jersey, wears number 28, and he is on the mound for the 6th inning here against the O'Fallon Hoots. The Gems right-handed hurler comes set and delivers the first pitch, and that's chopped on the ground to second, or to short rather, and Barrymore throws out Luke Lampros, who was first pitch swinging for the first out here in the top of the 6th.
Heck of a play there by Mr. Barrymore. Quincy University product, now taking his talents elsewhere, but great diving play, sliding play by Mr. Barrymore, who played in the Prospect League last summer with the Cape Catfish.
What a name that is.
There's some good names in the Prospect League.
Minor league baseball teams have some of the most creative names in all of sports.
We hear Charlie Bornoff talking about the Mudcats.
Can't forget
there are some great
Pensacola Blue Wahoos either. Or the
Savannah Bananas.
Or the Richmond Flying Squirrels. The Lansing Lugnuts.
And that's
the list goes on and on.
Affiliate. Yeah, there's so many teams, so you have to just start thinking of unique names. That has to play a factor into the uniqueness of the team names, and also I think it's a marketing strategy too, because they have an awkward name. They can do awkward promotions with it and such, and I think that's those are unique and interesting, and a lot of those towns are very dedicated to that.
A lot of those teams in some smaller towns that don't have a major league team, that's the only baseball they got. Fans love to come out and watch some baseball. It doesn't really matter what level it is. A 2-2 count to the designated hitter, Jamie Young, facing Alex Williams. Big overhand curveball. Floats a little high, and a full count on Young. 0 for 2 with a couple of punch-outs here tonight. Looking to get on base here with one out after Luke Lampros grounded out to short to begin the inning. The 3-2 from Williams. Swung on and fouled out of play. Braden Spar gets a new baseball, tosses it back to Alex Williams. Still in a 3-2 count here to Jamie Young. Davey Pound, the right fielder, on deck. Hoots still have yet to get on the scoreboard here this evening. 11 straight innings without a run for the Hoots, and Young lifts one into left center. Cunningham on the run, won't get to it, and it hops off the wall. And Young on his horse, he's headed for third. The relay throw from Barrymore is offline. Jamie Young with a one-out triple. Second extra base hit of the night for the Hoots. Dominic Cusimano had a double back in the third. Just the fourth hit of the game for the Hoots, but it's a exciting one-out triple. That's one of the most exciting plays in baseball. Player legging out a triple. A good throw from Barrymore likely would have had him. But nonetheless, a one-out triple for Jamie Young. And a swing and a miss from Davey Pound. Williams went with the off-speed pitch. Williams features a fastball, a changeup, and a breaking ball. We'll throw just about any pitch at any count. He went with the off-speed pitch there to begin the at-bat to Davey Pound out of Harris Stowe State. Swung on and missed. 0-2 on Pound. He's reached base a couple of times, still no official at-bat. Couple of walks. And an 0-2 count here. Matt Staker on deck. The 0-2 from Alex Williams. Breaking ball fouled to the right side and drifting out of play. Gage Cruz gave it a look, but it goes into the third row there down the first base line. That stone wall stretches all the way from the dugout all the way down the right field line and juts out pretty sharply on either side of the field, a little more sharply on the right side. Not much foul territory here at CarShield Field. Swung on and fouled back once again. We'll try it again. 0-2 still on the right-handed swinging Davey Pound, a .387 hitter at Harris Stowe this fall and spring. Led the team in hits with 36 in 28 games. 5 home runs, a part of that .387 average. .29 driven in, .462 on base, and a .624 slugging for the Rolla High School graduate. And the 0-2 from Williams fouled straight back, right into your living room. 3 straight foul balls, and the count stays at 0-2. As Tyler Cleveland delivers some new baseballs to the home plate umpire. Another 0-2 from Williams. Breaking ball, a slow looping breaking ball. And Williams sets down Davey Pound on strikes. And that brings in the third baseman, Matt Staker. Jamie Young still on third base after the one-out triple and the strikeout of Davey Pound. Hoots looking to get that goose egg off the scoreboard. Breaking ball in there, strike one. Five-0 Gems as we play here in the top of the 6th. The Gems, the home team. That's popped up behind the plate. Spar can't make the catch. It's not an easy play. Oftentimes gets overlooked. As that ball's spinning backwards, it's kind of hard to judge sometimes. But Spar gets an extra life, albeit in an 0-2 count. A chance to drive in the Hoots' first run of the ball game, and their first run since the first inning of last night's ball game. The 0-2 from Williams. Popped up once again, this time on the right side of the infield. Gage Cruz is underneath it, and he makes the play. Jamie Young with the one-out triple, but he's stranded on third. We head to the bottom of the 6th. Gems looking to add on. They lead at 5-0. Sam Stewart back out there for his second inning of work. Here with a 5-0 lead for the Gems. Looking to add on here in the bottom of the 6th. And looking to move to 2-0 on the Young Car Shield Collegiate League season. And try to become the only 2-0 team in the league. Hoots looking to avoid going 0-2. To start the season, it'll be Lane Barrymore to lead things off, followed by Tyler Fogarty and Jacob Gentry. Barrymore singled to center, or singled to left field rather, his last time up. 1 for 3 on the evening. Did score a run back in the 3rd, but reached on an error. As he can't believe that strike call on the breaking ball. Looked a bit outside, but nonetheless an 0-2 count. On the shortstop, Lane Barrymore. Foul away.
Pitch had some tight break on it, though, Shane.
It did. It was a good breaking ball. That's where you want to throw it, 0-1. Hopefully get a strike call, and he did on that one. Another 0-2 coming from Sam Stewart. Up and in. And Barrymore hits the deck.
Mentioned Stewart transferred into Maryville. But he was sitting out at Maryville already because of the transfer rule. And then now this season at Maryville, or you get that extra year of eligibility, and then you make a decision if you take it or not with the cancellation of the season.
Unusual circumstances for sure. Some of these players getting an extra year of eligibility due to the cancellation. Stoppage in mid-March as Barrymore fouls that away to stay alive at 2-2, putting together a solid at-bat after falling behind 0-2. I love the organ audio our music maestro Ted has put into the system this evening.
You guys wouldn't believe the hours of work some of these interns like Ted has put in behind the scenes getting this music ready.
Unbelievable work that it really goes unnoticed. Really is behind the scenes work.
Really, the whole promotion team does a great job of keeping these fans engaged throughout the ballgame. And if you don't believe me, you got to come to Car Shield and check it out. I mean, they do some great in-between inning promotions. They call them BIPs, I think, between inning promotions. So.
Yep.
Those are awesome, and I know those are typical things you see in ballparks, especially in the minor leagues or settings like this, college summer leagues.
As much of a family environment as baseball is, this more so than just about anywhere else. Really is a family experience coming to the ballpark. I'm glad we've got fans back in the seats at a ballpark. Who would have thought a couple months ago we'd be saying that here in the first week of July? And Fogarty, a big swing and a miss. He is yet to record an out this evening.
I bet some people would have thought that we'd been doing it, but because the dates kept changing, everything they said, maybe June 1st and then this. But you're right. It did not look promising at all, right? And then eventually this happening, it seemed like it kind of was against all odds, especially when the Cape Cod League canceled, and then you thought no way there's going to be other summer leagues even ever happening. So you make a great point, Shane.
But credit to David Schmoll and his staff putting this league together in a matter of weeks, really.
And all the ownership involved with this O'Fallon Hoots team and everybody involved, tremendous.
As that's chopped over the head of Stewart. And a nice play by Cusimano on to first, but he's safe. And Fogarty with a 3-hit night. He's reached base 4 times.
With a home run and a near home run as a double.
So if you're scoring at home, he's a triple away from the cycle.
And if you're watching at home, you better vote for him for Player of the Night on Twitter with our Twitter poll after the game.
I think that's, at this point, a no-brainer unless if the score holds, obviously.
Well, it's of the night, so there will be some candidates from game number 1 between two teams with NFL names, Falcons and Eagles. But we won't have any bias. We won't tell you our picks because we definitely want to know what the fans think on this poll.
Absolutely. But an early, at least favorite in the clubhouse, Tyler Fogarty. He's on first with nobody out. Jacob Gentry at the plate. And a double play ball out to second. 6-4-3, and they turn it. Cusimano to Lampros to Dunham. 6-4-3 on the twin killing. Two away now for the catcher, Braden Spar. Barrymore moves up to third with 2 away. Stevens got 2 outs in the 5th, and now looking for a scoreless 6th to keep this deficit at 5 heading into the final inning. Again, 7-inning games in the CarShield Collegiate League. Thank you again for joining us. Had a fun night of baseball here at CarShield Field. Eagles with a 7-2 win over the Falcons in Game 1. And the Gems with a 5-0 lead and looking to add on here against the Hoots. 0-2 count to Braden Spar. 1 for 2 on the night. Scored a run and has driven in a run. With a single back in the 3rd. Scored in the 2nd after reaching via the walk. And reached on an error in the 5th. The 0-2 swung on and popped foul. Drifting out of play. Matt Dunham gave it a look. He reached his glove into the stands and pulled it back at the last second. Might have had a chance to reach in and catch that one. But Spar gets another life. There is a railing over there at the end of the first base dugout, where that wall begins, where it meets the dugout. The 0-2 from Stevens, a breaking ball. Swing and a miss. 1 2/3 scoreless innings for Sam Stewart. And we head to the top of the 7th. Last chance for the Hoots. Gems on top 5-0. You're watching CarShield Collegiate League Baseball on CCL TV. Reminder, this inning brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, and computers and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. If your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, call Interco Recycling at 1-877-258-3601 or on the web at itcscrap.com. That's 1-877-258-3601 or itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Metaltronics recycler since 1996. Final inning of play here on this July 3rd, and Dominic Cusimano will get things started for the Hoots. He looked at a breaking ball for strike one. Now the 0-1 from Alex Williams is popped up in play on the left side. And Kyle Franklin puts it away for the first out. And that brings in the center fielder, Chase Krogman. 1 for 2 on the night. Singled in the first, got hit by a pitch in the third, and reached on an error in the fifth. And that's popped up a mile high, drifting out into left field. Lane Barrymore calls everybody off, and it drops. And Krogman hustling all the way will get into second.
Great job by Krogman to run hard out of the box there, Shane.
That's why you always hustle. You never know what can happen when you put that ball in play. That was a mile high. It was never going to be an easy play.
First baseman, number 6, Matt Dunham.
So mark that down as an E6. And Krogman reaches for the second time on an error. And that brings in the first baseman, Matt Dunham, with a runner in scoring position. Dunham, a quiet night at the plate, 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts. But you know he's got the power to get the Hoots back in this ball game. Krogman out at second, great speed. Outfield straight away. Left fielder Bergman fairly shallow and left. A breaking ball from Williams is in there for a called strike, 0-2. Williams has gone to the breaking ball several times early in the count and dropped it in there for a strike. He does just that there. The 0-2 swung and roped down the right field line as it goes into the stands and ricochets back on the field. Another 0-2 offering coming here from Alex Williams. Facing the slew commit, Matt Dunham. Swung on and missed. Got him with the breaking ball. And the Hoots are down to their final out.
Left fielder, number 16, Colin Bergman.
And the last hope for the Hoots. Another Billiken, Colin Bergman. Chase Krogman still out there at second. The Hoots have had some opportunities tonight to drive in some runs, but have yet to be able to cash them in.
That they have, but they've only been able to scatter those 4 hits. They haven't taken advantage of a lot of the things, a lot of the opportunities, the runners in scoring position situations that they've had. And they've, like we talked about it, that storyline of the consecutive streak of not scoring runs, as they scored 2 runs in the first inning but have been shut out ever since the rest of the first game, and here in their second game of the Car Shield Collegiate League season, they're still scoreless.
Colin Bergman in a 3-0 count facing Alex Williams. We saw a 3-0 home run in game 1. See if Bergman's swinging away here. He looks at ball 4. Looked like a pretty good pitch on the inside part of the plate, but a 4-pitch walk. And that extends the game to Ty Staus. 0 for 3 on the night. A strikeout sandwiched between a pop-out and a ground-out. Hoots with runners on first and second. 2 outs. In the top of the 7th. Hoots, the away team. Down to their last shot here in the top of the 7th. Oh, 0-1 count to the catcher, Ty Staus. The kick and the pitch from Williams. A breaking ball in there for strike 2. The Hoots are down to their final strike. Oh, 0-2 the count on the backstop, Ty Staus. The 0-2 from Williams. Swung on and missed. That'll do it. The Gems move to 2-0 with a 5-0 shutout victory here in Game 2 of this doubleheader. 4 Gems pitchers combined to shut out the Hoots as the Gems move to 2-0 and the Hoots fall to 0-2. A big day for Tyler Fogarty, a 3 for 3 effort. Couple of extra base hits, a homer and a double. And the Gems are 2-0 on the Young Car Shield Collegiate League season. They won it 5-0. We'll be back to wrap things up here shortly. Gems win it 5-0. Five nothing. The Gems win it. They move to 2-0. Hoots fall to 0-2. Take it through the line. Score no runs, 4 hits, 2 errors for the Hoots. 5 runs, 7 hits, 2 errors for the Gems as they win it 5-0. Tyler Fogarty, a big night, 3 for 3, reached base 4 times with a home run, a double, a single, and a walk. Finished a triple shy of the cycle. Drove in 2 runs and scored a couple of runs as well. Well, any final thoughts before we sign off and catch these fireworks as these fans have stuck around? Fireworks night here at the ballpark. And a 5-0 victory. A couple of 5-run ball games here this evening.
It was a great night for baseball. We came to the ballpark knowing that there was going to be some velocity on hand. And that's what we saw in the first game. It was great to see these pitchers coming out and really showcasing what they've been able to do during this time, during the quarantine, during the shutdown. And it was great. I enjoyed it tonight. I love to see the pitchers showcasing that velocity, command, consistency, control. And it shows that they were dedicated to their craft and the consistency throughout the day. And then you come in and get an outfielder, the designated hitter, getting up to 96. I loved that from Henderson. And so then in the second game, it was interesting. The Hoots offense kind of been struggling, but they have some great offensive players that will come around, I think. And I'd like to see Mason Palmier tonight have a really good start. 3 innings, no runs here in this game, and that really helped out the Gems get on the right foot when they came out to a 5-0 lead. Palmier had 3 innings and 4 strikeouts while allowing no earned runs, so maybe competition for that player of the night. You'll have to follow us on Twitter and vote on that poll, and email us, collegiateleaguetv@gmail.com with any suggestions. But those are my final thoughts. And to you and yours, have a great, happy 4th of July.
Absolutely. Have a great 4th of July weekend. We'll see you on Sunday. For Will Connerly and Charlie Bornoff, I'm Shane Holsey saying good night from Cars Shield Field. Have a great and safe 4th of July weekend. Take care, everybody.